I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and today is Freedom Friday. Welcome. We've got a lot of things happening, not so good. In my opinion, it's all kind of coming to a head right now. The Democrats are demanding that Barr, the new Attorney General, who I might add wrote a 20-page letter to try to get nothing investigated about Michael Flynn. Yeah, that's suspicious, if you ask me. William Barr publicly, they're asking William Barr to publicly release the full Mueller report when he gets it. And Robert Mueller won't submit the report to the Attorney General until next week, according to the DOJ. But what's bothering me is there's all kinds of new evidence coming out all over the place. And Mueller's acting like he's wrapping it up. He opened up a treasure trove of information from Roger Stone, and I don't understand why he's trying to wrap it up, unless, of course, he is a shill, and he's just going to try to give Donald Trump a pass for what appears to be a gross misconduct and obstruction of justice, as well as colluding with Russia. I mean, everywhere you turn, you see Trump's involvement, yet Mueller can't seem to get his act together to put this together. If the Democrats can't get their act together and put together impeachment charges, it's been 4 weeks. I mean, what are they waiting for? Mueller's report? Okay, whatever. That's not going to make a big difference. Hello, good evening. And Trump says an honest Mueller report won't find Russian collusion. Well, he's been denying activities all along, but if he were really trying to be honest, he would have had all of his meetings with Vladimir Putin recorded. But even last week, he didn't record a private meeting he had with Vladimir Putin. The 6th meeting. I mean, he's acting like a man who's guilty as hell. Why would we give him a pass on this? The 6th meeting, he's put over 6.5 hours of FaceTime with Vladimir Putin, and not one single note. In fact, he tried to obstruct the note taker from getting any information out. We found that out last week. So he's behaving like a guilty man in every way, trying to stop the investigation, halt it in every direction. planting Bill Barr in there, which is like putting a complete paid-off crony in a position that will stop the Mueller report from even having any teeth. Like I said, William Barr wrote a letter, 20-page letter to Rod Rosenstein, the acting deputy director, that if in fact we acting deputy attorney general, he actually requested not to investigate Michael Flynn. Now, this is a time when Michael Flynn was known to have been working for Russia. So why did William Barr write this 20-page letter and now he's our attorney general? It's like he's working for Russia. Very strange. And why did Donald Trump choose Michael Flynn as our national security advisor for 24 days when Sally Yates told him that he was working for Russia? All of these things are raising big flags. And the fact that Donald Trump has not imposed any sanctions on Russia, hardly at all, in 2 years, even though 99% of Congress voted for sanctions, very suspicious, and more than enough to convey to a jury that there's something wrong here. So I think what's going on is the Zionist elitists that put Donald Trump in power used Russian oligarchs, also Zionist elitists, to do it. And our government's filled with Zionist elitists, people that accept money from AIPAC and are more than willing to do whatever the world leaders are telling them to do. They're covering for Trump as well. So I'm pretty sure, I'm 80% sure that Mueller won't have any real charges against Trump at all. And they're going to try to make this go away. But will it? When the truth is out and the American people are brewing and just waiting for a third party to stop these two parties who have been turning our country into the most ridiculous laughingstock around the world, 20-page letter to request that Rod Rosenstein not investigate Michael Flynn is a significant story, in my opinion. And for Rod Rosenstein, he's actually of the belief that he's going to leave as soon as this investigation is wrapped up with Mueller. He's just going to bail. Rod Rosenstein, can I expect him to be objective against this Zionist threat our country's now undergoing? Rod Rosenstein, is he going to be objective against Zionists? I don't think so. So I think we've got a bigger problem than we can even imagine. Now, there's a lot of talk about someone leaving. Yeah, people are asking for Acosta to leave, the labor secretary, because of his involvement with Jeffrey Epstein and giving him only 1 year in jail for having had trafficked 60 girls as child prostitutes, allegedly. I'm just trying to get this article here. Got a lot of stories up ahead. Wow. Yeah. So I'm going to take this over here. Judge rules plea deal for Orgy Island billionaire broke federal law. So the plea deal that Acosta did to get Jeffrey Epstein only 1 year broke federal law. This is a major development. And now Democrats are calling on Trump to fire Acosta because of the fact that he gave Jeffrey Epstein a pass, not prosecuting anyone for those 60 women, girls, 14-year-old girls that were being used as sex slaves on Orgy Island. We never saw a prosecution of Hillary and Bill regarding Orgy Island either, which shows Donald Trump is still working for the deep state and this Zionist elitist group that protect Jeffrey Epstein. So it's going to be interesting to see if the Democrats can pry open this connection between Jeffrey Epstein, the Zionists, and this person who's now our labor secretary, Acosta. All right, so that's done with. Let's go back to this story. This came out a couple days ago. Believe it or not, Elliot Abrams, the guy that faced off with Omar in a hearing about the death of 800 people in Honduras, is now being sent to heading toward Colombia right now to broker a deal on Venezuela. I mean, so get this. This is unbelievable. The guy who was involved in Iran-Contra is now being pushed to present a deal with Venezuela. I mean, this is beyond belief. This is a tragedy. Our country is being hijacked by corporate elitists who are running the same plan every single time, right out of the playbook, of dominating countries like Venezuela And I just played in the pre-show a video of Roger Waters of Pink Floyd requesting that Richard Branson not put together a concert because it's only aiding and abetting this slow takeover of Venezuela by global elitists. You see, Maduro has a reason to not allow food aid or any type of aid into the country because he believes they're going to be putting weapons or even bombs that could kill people and blame it on them. Blame it on Maduro. So he's outlawing any shipments of anything into the country, and I can see his point. These people have done this in Iran-Contra with Nicaragua. They're going to do it again. They're not going to hesitate. Okay, WikiLeaks document revealed U.S. military use of IMF, World Bank, and unconventional weapons. This is what I'm talking about, the imperialist nature of our country and how we've been dominating other countries for years. And now we find out Alexandria Cortez got $10 million for a Netflix deal. You see what they're doing? They're promoting this dunce who doesn't even understand economics as opposed to giving an average American like me 1 second of airtime. It's unbelievable. Got $10 million sign up for Netflix. It's beyond belief. I'm not being anti-Semitic. I'm never anti-Semitic. I'm anti-Zionist. But the U.S. coup manual, recently highlighted by WikiLeaks, serves as a reminder that the so-called independence of such financial institutions as the World Bank and IMF is an illusion, and that they are among the many financial weapons regularly used by the U.S. government to bend countries to its will. That's a serious story, too. Yeah. I'll give you this link if you want to enhance your knowledge of the imperialist nature of our country and what they are doing under this Zionist-led government of ours. China is starting a business building island out nothing in the Pacific. Are they successfully building air bases? Only cost $11 million for one with internet. Yeah. Ready to habitate. I think that the Chinese building an island is industrious, and at this point, the only problem I have with it is the fact that Xi Jinping has sent a nuclear bomber there and said he wouldn't do that. So if we could get them to pull their nuclear bombers off that island, that would be a great achievement for diplomatic peace. Yeah, they all want Venezuela. In fact, Venezuela has been on their radar for years. They sent Goldman Sachs employees over there recently, and it's pretty obvious that they're trying to make money off of Venezuela's troubled economy, and we've done an economic hit on Venezuela. We stopped buying oil from them under Trump. We're basically leaving them out in the lurch and trying to starve them out at this point. Now, Maduro made a tactical move to side with Russia and move a lot of his assets over there. I believe he took $1 billion in gold and put it in some bank in Dubai to assure his presidency and leadership in that country is backed by $1 billion. But it's pretty serious what's happening over there. Okay. Scientists say they discovered the origin of Stonehenge's stones 180 miles away from the location. Geologists have found, thank you. You like it. Geologists have found the stone that was used in the Stonehenge, and they believe that these things were dragged on wooden sleds by very strong teams of strong men to get to the area where they actually built it. 180 miles away. It's hard to believe that they would drag stones 180 miles just to put them up in Stonehenge. I'm beginning to think maybe aliens levitated them. Yeah. What do you think? I don't believe in aliens, so I have a hard time with this one. Stonehenge was not built in the 1950s. But that's a good one, though. You had me fooled for a second. No, I'm not anti-Semitic. No, not at all. In fact, asking Israel to sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty makes me an anti-Zionist. We have more than enough evidence to suggest that nuclear weapons do exist in Israel. In fact, I can cite a WikiLeaks letter from Colin Powell to Hillary Clinton in 2016, citing over 200 Israeli nuclear weapons. And he said that we sold it to him. And that's an actual intercepted email from Colin Powell to Hillary Clinton. I can cite as evidence. Sure. I don't believe money is at the issue here. I'm working in a currency different than money. I have equity built on the internet, media equity that's far greater than money. Whatever I say, I think has a lot to do with how we need a voice out there in the hinterlands, asking people for the honest truth. If Israel has nuclear weapons, just sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Otherwise, we really can't afford to give them any money. We are going to have to cut back. That new embassy cost us $1 billion in England. And I'm sure the embassy in Israel is going to cost us, what is completed, completely, I guess, $1 billion. We don't really need to spend $1 billion moving our embassies, but Trump did it anyway. And it pissed off a lot of people in the Muslim world. I want the Muslims to understand that America under my leadership will be objective. I'm not kowtowing to Muslims. I'm trying to seek peace here. But by having a grossly overly Zionistic president like Trump, we're sending a resounding message to the Muslim that we're never going to negotiate ever on any level, and they'll never have a state of Palestine. Do you want that to be your future? Do you want to look forward to seeing the whole world turn into a nuclear blast between Israel and the Western world or the Eastern world? Doomsday bombs like the Israel's Samson option, which has been written about, but again, Israel's never admitted it, could very well destroy the world over. I'm not saying that we're going to survive. In fact, if you're living underground watching our show right now thinking you're fine, you're not. There's a good possibility that the Samson option is a modification of a cobalt bomb. And if that's true, the whole world will be fractured into 1,000 pieces, and we'll never, ever, none of us will survive if Israel feels threatened. I want Israel to know that they're our ally. They're going to be supported with air power if they're ever provoked or attacked. I want them to rest assured that that's going to be the case. But I don't want them to lead foreign policy and cause us to take out countries around them so that they'll feel more secure. That is a gross violation of national foreign policy, and I believe Zionists have done that in our country, and that's why we're at where we are with Iraq and Afghanistan still going on and no end in sight. Trump, ironically, is smart enough to listen to my ideas and has told people that he wants to get us out of Syria and half out of Afghanistan, which is a great idea and has popular support. There's 53% of the country support this. So I'm all for Trump doing what my ideas are, not what Henry Kissinger wants to do, not what Vladimir Putin wants to do. You love me in Tibet? Thank you. You have a beautiful country. I'm sure it's absolutely gorgeous. I see pictures of it on like Jim Carrey shows. Yeah. I'm sure there are beautiful places in Lhasa as well. I would love to go to Lhasa in my virtual traveling around the world. Oh, okay. Well, if they've got the David option as well as the Samson option, that's good to know. I'm sure that Israel has a reason to have these defenses. I'm not trying to say that Israel shouldn't have nuclear weapons. Don't get me wrong. I just believe that it's time for all of us to at least share the truth at this point as we move forward. Otherwise, we're going to see more nuclear buildup. Now, Donald Trump not signing the INF treaty, which obviously was a great achievement for Ronald Reagan and Gorbachev, really makes you wonder if Donald Trump isn't just taking, his call from Vladimir Putin and just saying, okay, let's start building up weapons, because that's what these people like to do. They like to make weapons. So a pass on the INF treaty opens the door to more weapons production in America and in Russia. So in their mind, it's a win-win to create weapons of mass destruction. In our mind, it's a bad thing. But do we even have a mind? We certainly don't have a representative in Congress, that's for sure. We know that. Yeah. I understand Zionists are up to surreptitious activities, but while I'm talking about them, I'm also trying to make them understand that they will have a seat at the table. I don't hate the Zionist goal of Israel being formed because of the Holocaust. It was a horrible Holocaust. I certainly understand the reasoning and the mindset behind it, but let's not kid ourselves. the formation of Israel was originally a plan that was put together by the Rothschilds. And those are the Zionists I'm referring to. It's a shame, really, that we have to all sit here in after effect and say, well, how did this happen? Well, just listen to the person who actually created it. They'll tell you.
His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment of Palestine as a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavours to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. I should be grateful if you would bring this declaration to the knowledge of the Zionist Federation. Yours, Arthur Balfour.
And here it is, the Balfour Declaration. What do you feel when you see it here?
I feel that it is most essential for the betterment of the Jewish people.
Well, I really believe that it is. Yeah, that was Jacob Rothschild. I'm not claiming he's a bad person or a good person. I'm just saying he's part of this circle of people that seem to be pushing their will, and we call it Zionism. Now, again, I don't want them to think that I'm going to alienate Zionists and treat them differently. I want everyone to know that we want to take your perspective into account, but should you dominate our American foreign policy? No, of course not. Is Israel still our ally? Yes. Yes, it is. Israel will always be an ally of our country. I don't see how it will not be an ally, but are we doing the work of their enemies when we simply open up the discussion of a state of Palestine? No. In fact, a state of Palestine has already been articulated by Netanyahu. And he's been very, very clear about how he would love to have a state of Palestine for people who are struggling to, but yet their actions in certain areas, like in these occupied regions, where they kill innocent Palestinian boys, that's not exactly a nice person doing that. So we have to get some accountability from them. If we don't, then they're never going to move forward in a tangible way toward a state of Palestine. All right. The House Democrats reveal a new information trail that puts a real interesting spin on this. Now, we talked about Israel possibly having nuclear weapons. It looks like Donald Trump was ready to sell nuclear weapons to Saudi Arabia when Michael Flynn was in charge of the National Security Division. So this is a breach of national security. Well, that's why we're talking about it now. We're at least at a point where we can talk about Zionism. And it's not anti-Semitism. I'm not anti-Semitic when I talk about this. In fact, I believe that Israel is a great nation. I don't see anything wrong with Israel surviving forever. But should they rule the world? That's not something I want. No one should rule the world. Our nation-state model is what's best for all of us. No country or individual group or one world order or a new world order should rule the world. Anyway, this belies a deeper problem, which has never been revealed. Obviously, Kushner, his relationship with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and his relationship with Yemen and all that, that's never been turned over. We definitely need to get more oversight over this. But this is serious. When we're trying to, move nukes to Saudi Arabia on the QT, that's just ridiculous. We cannot allow that. Okay. Yep. Cohen gave prosecutors new information on the Trump family business. So more information is coming forth. That's what's concerning me. Why is Mueller wrapping up his case when Cohen's even talking even more than he ever has? So something's not right with Mueller wanting to wrap up his case. It looks like he's a shill for the Zionist elitists who don't even want to get to the bottom of this because they pretty much are giving a pass on the Russian oligarchs that financed Trump. Thank you. Michael Cohen, President Trump's former lawyer and fixer, met last month with federal government prosecutors in Manhattan offering information about possible irregularities within the president's family business and about a donor to the inaugural committee, according to people familiar with the matter. A secret donor, that would raise eyebrows for sure. Now, New York has prepared Paul Manafort charges if Trump pardons him. which is another bright, shining hope that we might get accountability, even though Mueller is clearly seemingly protecting Trump, working for him. When Mueller went out and talked to BuzzFeed last week and said that they were wrong about the statements Cohen was overheard saying. Why is Mueller trying to support Trump in this matter? So it makes me think Mueller is going to totally fold and give over everything to Trump and say, no, there's no prosecution of Trump whatsoever. Do you believe Israel was involved in 9/11? I do believe that they knew about it. I will say this, that the evidence that Mossad was on the ground in 9/11 is very real. So they would have known about it. But remember, I believe people in American government know about it too. So I don't blame the Mossad for perpetrating 9/11, but I believe they knew about it. Yeah. So I don't think we can cast one stroke and say, yeah, these people were the ones. I don't believe the 9/11 Commission report has accurate results because it was clearly put together without any explosions or detonations factored in. When clearly the buildings were detonated, there's super thermite on the location, and that alone tells you that there's a cover-up. And it concerns me that Mueller signed off on it when he was in charge of the FBI, that he said it was perfectly fine. That makes me think that Mueller is a shill when he signed off on the 9/11 Commission report pretending that it was no big deal. That makes me think that Mueller is definitely a shill in play. And whatever comes out of his mouth next week or the next week really is irrelevant. It's in the hands of the Democrats now if they can show their worth, or they can back down and just completely be the weak party that they've proven to be over years and years of not doing anything, just talking about it. But this is going to be interesting because what's interesting is Mueller has not pursued the second trial against Paul Manafort. Remember, it was settled in a plea agreement, and then Mueller said that Paul Manafort violated the plea agreement. Well, how come he's not going back to trial with Manafort? Because that trial was all about Manafort's money laundering for Donald Trump. So Mueller's not going to investigate money laundering for Donald Trump by Paul Manafort? This is a gross violation of law, and I believe that Mueller may be added to the list of interesting parties in the future if we do an investigation. He's purposely overlooking the money laundering. This is ridiculous. So if this New York trial starts up and they look into it, that'll be much better. Now, this big story came today. New England's Patriot owner Robert Kraft has been accused of soliciting sex. Yeah. Really. Well, you know, it happens. It happens. The guy obviously went to a massage parlor and he was caught in a sting operation. This guy was apparently one of the guys involved in the sting operation.
Paid a prostitute for sex.
Yes, sir. He is one of the individuals.
Who he is?
That would be Mr. Robert Kraft.
Robert Kraft, the owner of the New England Patriots?
Yes, sir.
And what is he being charged with?
He's being charged with the same offenses as the others, and that is soliciting another to commit prostitution.
CNN's Jason Carroll reporting this story for us. Jason, what more can you tell us?
Really, this is an embarrassing moment for Robert Kraft, the 77-year-old billionaire owner of the New England Patriots. Again, just to recap here, Jupiter Police announced today that he was charged with 2 counts of soliciting and another to commit prostitution. This is stemming from an 8-month investigation, 8-month-long investigation that stemmed from Florida.
Yeah, I mean, why was that even needed? I mean, this man is, I think, is being made a scapegoat. And I've openly said I think we should decriminalize this entire prostitution problem because it would help people in the industry get treated for obvious diseases and lower the stigma of their job. And they might even be a tax-paying American citizens. You never know. But that's one option. Continuing with this war against sex, which is the oldest profession in the world, is almost absurd. It shows you how slow our country's political system is to respond to the will of the people. I think a lot of people are like wondering, why do we need to push this? He's 77 years old, single, and his wife died in 2011. And they're making a big deal about his massage parlor experience. It just seems something's not right about the way we treat these stories. And he's being made a scapegoat. They say if he's forced out of ownership of the Patriots, it cost about $6 billion in net worth. He'd have to get paid $6 billion if they forced him out. Now look at this amazing bridge that we have in our area. It's one of the most beautiful bridges in the world, and people go from all over to see this bridge. And they're going to be checking the bridge for structural damage this weekend. So they do this every 5 years, I believe. They check for any type of structural damage that would need welding or. But yeah, you ever come out here? This is one of the most in-demand locations for free you can go to. Yeah, it's 2 million people go to the bridge every year, according to estimates. That's a free trip too. You don't have to, I guess you have to pay to park or something. Park in the parking lot. If you park along the road, it's not. All right, we have a couple things to talk about, but we'll get to that later. I got through a lot of the links. I'm going to close this off here.
Yep. Close out anything you want.
This is worth just talking about for a second. You kill it, you grill it. A new California bill would let drivers legally eat roadkill. Okay. And some guys surfing, or excuse me, snow skiing. Well, that's nice. I don't really think we need to talk about roadkill tonight.
It's estimated that over 20,000 deer alone are hit by motor vehicles on California's roadways. 20,000 deer.
That's a lot of deer, and if you see it, and dress it and get drained blood out of it, I guess you can eat the deer meat now in California. We nearly hit an elk going down through California one day. It was the weirdest experience I think I've ever had, where my psychic ability came into play. I was driving, it was hardly any visibility. We're going about 55 in the heavy rain, dark, and the road was, pretty rough. It was like a 65 normal speed. We were going 55, and I just was driving along, and I just decided I'm going to change lanes for no reason. So I signaled and I changed lanes, got in the faster lane, and I looked over to the right, and I saw Sarah was sitting next to me. I just looked over there.
I thought it was like a deer.
It was an elk.
It was huge. It was huge, or maybe it was an elk. Yeah.
It was an elk with antlers that would have gone right through our windshield if I hadn't changed lanes. Now, something in my mind might have detected it.
Yeah, I was like, why is David changing lanes, is what I thought. And then it was really foggy, but there wasn't anything in front of us that we could see, but we could only see like maybe 10 feet in front of us.
Yep.
And I was like, okay, he's changing lanes. But then, and then right after he changed lanes, there's this elk in the lane that we would have been in if he hadn't changed lanes.
It was crazy.
That was very
It would have killed both of us, I'm sure. It was one of those things. The thing is, they go right through the windshield with their sharp edges, and they kill the people inside. It happens all the time. It's one of the biggest highway risks you have is moose and elk and deer. It's a big problem. But I have a feeling I was using my third eye, which gave me the ability, or maybe I saw something in the rain, and I just psychically knew that something's not right about. It might have been something I saw without even knowing I saw it. So I know. All right, I'm going to step out. Sarah's going to come in, and here's my third eye. I was just going to show you. I have it if I need it. There it is. I just put it right on my forehead there. I hook it up, and there it is. It's fully functional now. All right, thank you.
Would David like to be an Avengers of comic book fame? All right. Take that eye to an ophthalmologist, please. That's pretty funny. It's going to get cold a little bit on Sunday. Not too bad. Cold. Well, you're welcome to donate. Is that what you're saying, Black Wamba? David's not buyable. But you're more than welcome to donate to his campaign. But David's not buyable. He's not willing to do some kind of exchange or no. Oh, you pay for our campaign and do some weird exchange. He doesn't do that. I don't think David really is cool with it, Black Wamba. Yeah, or APAC money. No, not really cool with it. Yeah, whatever, Frups. Oh, goodness. You have a jacket and looks good with your new glasses. Good. But good to let you know, David's not corruptible. It's really amazing. Thanks. Don't worry. Be happy. Yeah, I know, Dignitary. It would be an interesting call, interesting thing to do, but Drumstick, you're probably right. I never bring up anything important. What's important to you? What's important to me is helping our planet, but I don't know if that's important to everyone. Right? Why do you think 5G is so dangerous? I guess I should watch the videos that David says, because I don't watch all the information. I don't have all the negative information about 5G. I look and then I see some of the positive information about 5G. Like 5G is the future, and some people say that 5G, if we're behind the wagon with 5G, that it would not be, we would lose our competitive edge. I just feel like all of those sites that say those things, but maybe you're right. I mean, I feel like a lot of those sites that say 5G can cause brain tumors and cancer and be used to microwave, I wonder, it just seems all like conspiratorial and conspiracy. Hello, Rex. And that's why actually, they say 5G doesn't go through bodies, is what I've heard. And 5G would have a breakthrough, it would be a breakthrough, technological breakthrough. I do actually care about people. And so if 5G is dangerous, I probably wouldn't want it used. I guess I'm not convinced that it's dangerous. Yeah, I'm glad you do care about people. Oh, sorry, Chicken. Yeah. I've tried researching the 5G about the side effects of it. Thanks, Jacket. Yeah, I still do trivia sometimes and grammar lessons and math lessons sometimes, simple math. Thank you, Howie. Thank you. That's all I was saying. I agree with you that I wish there were more people like me, not just in education, but in the world. And so I really appreciate that, especially because I know how you feel. So, and that's one of the reasons that I'm actually inspired to stay in education, to ensure that some kids do have a positive experience, at least one small positive experience. Thanks. I'm not going to shave I'm not going to do any more trivia right now. I will look up the 5G. I just feel like, is there anything that's, I don't want to, I guess there's, maybe it's bad, but certain sites, I just automatically, like, I'm not going to read that because I feel like it's a conspiracy. Is it propaganda that makes me do that? I don't really know. Real Magoo went to boarding school in England and all had to wear uniforms. Good books to read. I want to read The Effective Executive next. I think that would be a good one. Then you went to public school in the US and it was like a fashion show. So many people wearing everything they want. Definitely distracting. Yes, I believe David can become president one day. It might have been, I want to say Peter Drucker's, but I might be wrong because he might have just done a foreword to it. And I haven't read it. I've started listening to it, but another book that's really good is Freakonomics. Oh yes, Peter Drucker, I was right. Usually read a book a day. That is awesome. There's certain books I want to read that David, that's cool that you read 3 books a day. That's very good. Okay, Jacket. There's certain books I want to read that David's like I want to read how to make friends and influence people. I need to read Art of War. I haven't read that one. But then there's certain books I read and I'm like, I don't like Plato. And it's not that I don't like it because it's a classic or boring or anything. It's actually, I read it and it literally makes me angry. I want to just argue. I'm like, I wish I was back there arguing with those people because I don't like any of their belief systems. Yeah, that's what I usually do, is I listen to books like The Effective Executive. I was listening to it. Okay, but also another book I haven't read, or I didn't finish reading, or didn't read. Well, I started reading it. Anyway, it was about economic hitmen. That was really good. There's another one called Future Crime. And it's really how the criminals are actually more advanced technologically than most police departments. Yes, I do remember the smell of Play-Doh. My mom used to make our own, like, homemade Play-Doh or homemade glue, I don't know. Any books that don't sound like snooze fests? Well, Yeah, that one that I was reading, the woman who smashed codes, or I was listening to, I like that one. It's not really illustrations in Freakonomics. It's more, but it's pretty good one. You know, if you want to read some good books, I always look at like Bill Gates's reading list, and the scientists create first successful biohybrid artificial animal. Oh. I wouldn't classify it as a comic book. You could call it, maybe some people might classify it as a fantasy, except the Book of Numbers. Oh my goodness. Begat, 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 begat. Jacket says they have a used bookstore called Books by the Pound. You have many books from there that are over 100 to 200 years old. Wow. Okay. I was going to look up 5G and the dangers of 5G and see if there's anything out there that I would actually like defer to as an authoritative source. Have you ever considered becoming an editor? Because you know, you're probably like one of those people that can't stand grammatical errors, especially if you read. And that you can actually get paid all day to read. Think about it. You could, oh, that would be even better. The other one is to read, well, can you imagine writing instruction manuals? I could, because I'm a nerd like that. But, yeah, you probably could. But yeah, you could be an editor, then you would be getting paid to read all day. Some of it will be drivel, but... Frightening frequencies, Elux magazines. Dangers of 5G. Technology. Smart meter dangers. Dangers of the Internet of Things. Why you should avoid 5G. RadiationHealthRisks.com. MD Safe Tech. I sometimes have the issue where I do, at least verbally, end my sentences with prepositions, but then when I'm writing, I go back and fix it. Well, let's see. Physicians for Safe Technology. Okay, this I could actually think, at least it seems like a more authoritative source than other ones, certain other sites to me. 5G mobile communications. 5G and the Internet of Things, a real need for speed or a predictable dilemma. Telecommunications industry is actively promoting and marketing 5G. They promise 5G will bring enhanced communications, jobs, and an economic boost to our cities and nations. Researchers, physicists, biologists, and physicians argue, however, there are health, safety, environmental, privacy, security, and energy use issues that have not been addressed before the widespread rollout. These scientists predict a biological, environmental, as well as societal disruption resulting from this technology that will be difficult or impossible to reverse. In addition, widespread state and federal legislation to streamline deployment of 5G by removing local control on placement and fees cities can charge will actually cause economic decline in cities with lost revenues and increased liability for harm from cell antenna. As this is an exemption wireless providers have in their insurance policies. The Far-Reaching Telecommunication Act of 1996 helps businesses roll out wireless and simultaneously dismisses health or environmental concerns. You say certain ones. The European Council Scientific Committee on Health, Environmental, and Emerging Risks lists 5G electromagnetic radiation. They're concerned about it because the lack of clear evidence to inform the development of exposure guidelines to 5G technology leaves open the possibility of unintended biological consequences. Big wireless made us think that cell phones are safe. All right, I'll look at this one. Came up in May of last year. Radiation from cell phones, Wi-Fi is hurting the birds and the bees. 5G may make it worse. One study from 2010 suggested that electromagnetic radiation may be playing a role in the decline of certain animal and insect populations. The radio waves can disrupt the magnetic compass that many migrating birds and insects use. I know, it's true. Good point, Dr. Meow. Thank you. I tend to agree with you. Most of the time, I tend to agree with you. Dr. Meow put in 1990, they were saying 3G is dangerous. In 2001, 4G is dangerous. In 2018, 5G is dangerous. Anyway, where is the body count? Nowhere to be found. Wait till you hear how dangerous 6G is. Yeah. A ton is a ton is a ton. It doesn't matter what you create the ton out of, Real Magoo. Jackie Lee. Who's Jackie Lee? I know, David says that. 6G exists. Is that a cat doing something? Wow. A genome database based on a blood sample. My goodness. They started it in Finland. Wow. I'll just leave that open. Just for David to start. You know. Roaring. Yeah, Finland, huh? Yeah. Are you the only person you can thank for using this channel? We allow colors on here now? Yeah. Isn't it, they say teach like Finland too? That Finland is, they only go to school, something like public school, like 4 hours a day. And yet when they do the big tests, that the kids do better on those tests, international tests. But I wonder if like certain kids just aren't going to school. Yeah, I haven't traveled enough to eat too much interesting food. But of course, everything David makes is interesting. Wow. Oh, Botswana is actually thinking of reducing their elephant population. So poachers, you don't need to poach in other countries. You could just go to Botswana. Wow. But where does that milk come from? Iceland is planning to slaughter over 2,000 whales in the next 5 years. Why? Why? Because we need more cat food. The cats need to eat the whale blubber. That's pretty funny. No. Interesting. Did I ever watch a TV show called Mr. Wizard? It sounds vaguely familiar. Let me Google it and see. No, not really. That was before my time. You have to, I wasn't born until 1978. He was a chemistry teacher. It shows on Nickelodeon. But I think it was before my time. Because it says, watch Mr. Wizard 1951 to 1965. By the time I was watching Nickelodeon, they were doing Ooze and they played reruns. Maybe, I don't remember. I don't remember seeing that. Virgin Galactic has sent its first passenger to the edge of space. Oh, I got it. That makes sense about the whales. I learned more from, well, in my day and age, it was like Bill Nye the Science Guy rather than Mr. Wizard. Had kids as guests doing experiments. I just saw something where it was showing I could watch it. It looks cute. That's a good idea. Britannica, is a tomato a fruit or a vegetable? Scientifically, it's a fruit. I like nerds. I do. I love science. I love math. I like nerds. It's funny, I was helping a friend get on a dating app and I looked up the term sapiophile. I was like, oh, that kind of describes me. But not my friend. It's both. Nice. I wanted to look at this. I was trying to read this article yesterday and then David came in. About the Galaxy Fold. Unless you're very rich and have phones to spare, the foldable device may not be for you. It unfolds like a book to reveal a second larger display. Oh. It's not designed for a mass market product. It's aimed at early adopters. Being an early adopter is fun, but expensive. So I'm not really an early adopter. I'm like this. I'm more down on the pike than that. I like knowing what's out there for early adopters, but I don't have the money to invest in things like that. I wonder what David's making. I definitely have a good sense of smell right now, which normally I don't usually have a good sense of smell. I'm usually like having oh, that's good. You stay away from salt and sugar. That's really good. I don't. The Galaxy Fold is going to launch on March 26th with a price tag of $2,000. Yeah, out of my price range. Sounds cool, but out of my price range. Intel says its 5G modem chips will not appear in phones until 2020. Good. Still, I can still invest in Intel. All right. Dragon. Okay. There's going to be a test flight of Dragon on March 2nd from NASA. That's good. I should do that. I should go. I know I went off sugar for a while and I was feeling much better about my body, much better about my health. But the thing about sugar is it's addicting. So then once I got into sugar again, it lured me back in. I agree with you, Mad Professor. Yeah, I won't pay $2,000 for a cell phone. Yes. Invest in people, not little gadgets that daze people. Oh, that's a good idea. David likes using like lemon peel instead of salt. Yeah, use a screen extend to another device. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Oh, Japan had an asteroid probe that shot a bullet at a space rock. They say it's a very big deal. I wonder why they say it's a very big deal. I'm sorry, Rex. I guess it's because Dave is cooking dinner right now. That's why. So I have the smell of David cooking dinner, I think. They wanted to retrieve samples of a diamond-shaped asteroid in order to bring them back to Earth. It had to fire a bullet at it in order to get some samples. All without direct control from its handlers on Earth. Wow. Wow. Okay. The probe was going to perform 2 more procedures, collect dust samples, and then come back to Earth with the asteroid material. It's going to be back in 2020 if all goes planned. Hello, Dogbone. Welcome. Wait, what's a good future investment? You know what? I tend to agree with you. I mean, I really do like MIT and Harvard have the open education systems. I think that's good. But of course, that's not really a degree. That's just learning on your own. And you don't have that paper to say you did anything. But I think that anyone can be self-educated these days. It takes dedication and willingness to do it. Okay. You would be willing to pay an extra $1 in taxes to give free education to anyone? Or at least even start a scholarship fund. So it's less difficult for people to get an education. The problem, some education places are, they get education and an education in things that do they really need, or does anyone really need? Wow. The world's largest bee was lost since 1981, not seen since 1981. It's been rediscovered in Indonesia. Oh, researchers say that eating zombie deer meat is safe. According to New York Post. I agree with LOM. Let people learn on their own and then take a test to see if they get a degree. They do that in some places. But it's like, yeah, but then they charge you a huge amount for the test. Oh, that's good. Do you remember that guy who was trying to make all the journals freely available?
I made a wonderful pasta for you with broccoli and some shrimp, but there's only a couple shrimp in there. You can find them, and some salmon and Brussels sprouts, so you can enjoy all the food you want, and then add some pesto sauce to it. to spruce it up.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the zombie deer. We covered the zombie deer this week. I have yet to see a zombie deer, but my deer, I'm keeping an eye on them. They seem pretty weak, I'll tell you. They're not as strong as you might think, living in toxic fumes and everything. Thank you. Yeah, we have deer in our area that are naturally occurring, and today I saw them going across the street, and I was just hoping nobody was driving fast. You never know. Luckily, they're okay. They made it across. I would normally do a tartar sauce, but you're not allowed in the room, so why did she let you in here? Yeah, if you want to get college credit, you can do whatever you want. If you learn calc on your own, you could go to a college level examination course. According to Wikipedia has this. Yeah, you can check that out over, I'll give you the link. Mr. Real Magoo has this link over here. Yeah, why not let them take the test? And that's how her school is set up. Sarah is actually, Washington Governors is a wonderful, or Western Governors University gives you the ability to take tests and see how you're doing and pass you forward, according to her. Yeah, there's a lot of ways of improving yourself online, apparently. Code.org is a place that Sarah sends people to learn coding, basic coding, that you can apply to maybe an app that you want to create and make some money. Some people do that. Kids are learning code.org. It's a great place to start up, get going. You can watch the video here. Hi. Everybody in this country should learn how to program a computer because it teaches you how to think. See, it looks like it's written by a kid. Kids are actually, really ready to go. They're ready to learn programming languages, so why not give them what they want, Well, we found out that how he did it is Chet, who was hounding us at the T. Rucker show for a long, long time, Chet Kelly. And since we banned Chet Kelly, How He Did It came in, and then the word How He Did It didn't really jive with me all along because we believe Howie of Lot Lizard fame doxed us for a significant amount of money. And Chet was part of his team that worked under him at that T. Rucker show. Yeah, they're all part of a gang stalking group that's been attacking us on the show for years. So we couldn't have him in the show. Plus, he was disrespecting Sarah, and I'm amazed she even allows it. Every time he comes in, I've alerted her and said, ban the guy. And I've literally been spending days banning the guy, and she doesn't get it. She doesn't understand how important it is to keep this guy out of the show. Oh, well. You lead a horse to water and you can't expect him to drink. Yeah, he was saying horrible things about her in the show when I was gone. And here it is going on again. And she didn't ban him. She didn't take my recommendation. You have 50,000 open tabs? Wow. I have hardly any. I only have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30 tabs open. Well, that's what happens when you get, people coming into our show delivering links. Genesis Vision for 2030. Oh yeah, University of Wahoo. I don't know if this is in our real. Why not? Let's do it. And then, of course, Jeffrey Epstein. They're looking at this again. A judge rules a plea deal for Orgy Island billionaire broke federal law. So the Democrats are asking for Labor Secretary Acosta to leave because he should not have the job. Yeah. Prosecutors had the right to resolve the case in any way they saw fit. They violated the law by hiding the agreement from Epstein's victims. Apparently Acosta never put the agreement in front of his victims. And the decision capped 11 years of litigation, which included the release of a trove of emails showing how Acosta and other prosecutors worked with Epstein's high-profile lawyers to conceal the deal and the scope of Epstein's crimes from both his victims and the public. So really, Acosta is complicit in molestation of children. simply by allowing this pedophile to continue operating out of his Mossad headquarters on Orgy Island. Would you like to go to the Mossad headquarters at Orgy Island? Check it out. Let's take a look. Orgy Island's bizarre ritualistic altar is even beyond belief. I mean, yeah. Let's see if we have a picture of it here. Orgy Islands. No. St. James. Wow, it's been scrubbed from the internet. We'll have to look deeper. Here's what I was looking for here. Let's take a look at this picture. That's weird. I went to one site, it didn't give me what I wanted. Huh. Yeah, I'm clicking on something else. I'm looking for the altar. So all I have is this thumbnail. That's ridiculous. Yeah, well, look, that's how much they want to cover this up. Huh. It's a temple of secrets on Orgy Island, which involve ritualistic satanic activities that they've uncovered. Yeah. And now they've scrubbed it from the internet. They've got all their people working really diligently, probably trying to get rid of it. Yeah, so Mossad is pretty active on the internet. I'm sure they're scrubbing things like that. Occult rape dungeon? Oh, it's better we don't look at this. Dave, they would always ask Sarah to unban them when you took dinner breaks? Wow, thank you. I had no idea. And, you know, what's kind of sad is that as much as I would like Sarah to agree with me on all these things, she doesn't seem to understand the importance of it. Yeah, we've had a lot of problems because Sarah and I are not on the same page when it comes to this show. We really aren't. We both agree on one thing. We do the show. Yeah. We do the show. We do everything we can, but I'm trying to minimize the attackers, and she doesn't understand that this is very real. In fact, she doesn't believe that we have millions of viewers, which I find rather difficult to comprehend. Yeah, but your behavior is just outrageous, Chet. Yeah, we have copies of all your outrageous chat in T. Rucker's show. Oh, yeah. We've got a full history of you, buddy. And for you to come in and repackage yourself as how he did it, and I said, well, is this related to Lot Lizard? And you said no. And it's clearly he is. He's one of Lot Lizard's accomplices. Yeah, he did. He was out wearing his welcome, and every time I asked him to shut up, I would have to mute him again and again and again, because he came up with irrelevant statements. And I don't believe you read a single book on a library shelf, Chet. I really don't think you've ever read one book. He's one of these guys that walks around pretending to have done things, like bragging about the number of books he read at a library. That got him by in the early days of his life, and now he's carrying it forward, and he's got this BS persona that he thinks is going to work for him. I have a feeling that Donald Trump will put two and two together and realize that a war in Venezuela would really help him build his border wall. That I would hope he wouldn't steal that idea, because I would never do that. But I have a feeling that's what he's going to think. All right. Yeah, I mean, it's convenient for Donald Trump to come up with anything. All you have to do is pick up the facts as they are. Okay. Thanks. Yeah, just pick up the facts. Donald Trump clearly has a close relationship with Vladimir Putin. He denied it, then he obviously does. He lied about doing business with him. Moscow the tower deal was going forward, where Donald Trump was going to give Vladimir Putin a $50 million penthouse suite as part of the sweetening deal. And that has been hush-hush too. You notice how that hasn't come forth in the news, even though it's right out in the open? And the timeline as to when they closed down the Moscow tower deal is conflicting, and even Giuliani professed that it was a certain date, and it wasn't. He said, I just meant that hypothetically. Another retraction from his group. And then countless denials of having knowledge of things when in fact we know now that they did. And even the New York Times article that kicked the whole thing off back in 2016, talking about how his team met with Kislyak, the ambassador to Russia, prior to the election. They didn't know that it was a gross violation of the Logan Act at the time. I honestly don't think Donald Trump knew that all of this was espionage and in gross violation of our national law and tantamount to treason. But he's getting a lot of support from Mueller, who seems to be doing everything he can to protect Trump at every level, which is kind of sad because we expected more out of this guy and he didn't deliver. So I would add Mueller to the list of people we'll be investigating in 2021. If he doesn't comply with what it needs to be done, which is to get Donald Trump's tax returns, which he never did, which is a gross violation of his job as a special prosecutor. Second of all, he hasn't opened up all kinds of leads like the Seth Rich lead, which goes into the DNC and looks at that. Clearly he's biased in favor of the Democratic National Committee. Clearly Debbie Wasserman Schultz has got cover with Mueller, and anything she did with the Awan brothers is being hushed up and completely silenced in our media. And then it goes on beyond that to a concerted effort by his team to cover up their tracks and retractions, 39 different indictments now, including Roger Stone's. And Roger Stone seems to be just a kind of a not trustworthy character, which I think he's now getting caught up and tangled in the web of his own deceit. And that's what's happening, but not real substantive issues about the WikiLeaks reveal are coming forward. And then Manafort's new trial never happened, so Mueller dropped the second trial, meaning he gave up on the plea agreement too, which means we aren't going to get discovery in the case of Paul Manafort's money laundering for Russian oligarchs buying Trump's properties, which is a gross cover-up right there. Gross. And negligence is beyond the word that I would describe about Robert Mueller right now, not doing his job. So at this point, we're not going to get anything. If we get anything, the Democrats say they want William Barr to reveal it, but he doesn't have to. And he's on record already writing a 20-page letter to Rod Rosenstein insisting that they drop the charges against Michael Flynn and drop the investigation prior to us finding out now that Michael Flynn was working for Russia the whole time. So our Attorney General now is essentially a guy who worked for Russia. And our government passed him into the position where he should never have been. And we're not going to get oversight, and this country is going to be left with no real answers to the nightmare of hijacking our government by the Russians. So you have come to the right place. We'll talk about it daily, from now until eternity, for all I care. Now, we talked about this weird deal that Michael Flynn put together. It was a possible nuclear deal with the Saudi Arabians. Yeah. Michael Flynn, Trump's disgraced former national security advisor, was behind it. Yeah, a plan to sell nuclear technology to Saudi Arabia. Tell me that this isn't a bigger story. And our country's just rolling over and scratching its belly going, oh, go ahead and rip me apart and, eat my vital organs and dine on my last resources. And you Americans are sitting here going, why don't you unban Howie? Really? I mean, need I go farther and to talk further about such ridiculous thing? And we found this out too. Iceland is going to kill over 2,000 whales. Yeah. Within the next 5 years. Nice, huh? Talk about lack of concern for the beautiful environment, and the beautiful whales are going to get slaughtered so that somebody can maybe dine on some rotting whale flesh because we already have a glut in the market. I saw this and I'm going, I thought Iceland had a brain. What's wrong with them? Oh, well, they're still tragically ruined from the 2008 debacle. They had to sell an airbase that we built to the Russians in Reykjavik, just to stay afloat. So now selling 2,000 whales to the whaling industry, why don't they just prostitute themselves in Iceland? Instead of turning over the whale population and giving it up. Just go ahead and become prostitutes. Jeez. I used to like Iceland. I have no idea why they would kill those whales. Yeah, the New York is going to pursue this on Manafort if indeed Trump pardons Manafort, which is probably the case.
I haven't even thought about it.
CNN has learned that Trump is privately telling associates Dan Coats may soon be out of a job.
We currently assess that North Korea will seek to retain its WMD capabilities and is unlikely to completely give up its nuclear weapons.
Sources tell CNN Trump is still angry about Coates' congressional testimony that he believes undercuts his own rosy portrayal of the nuclear threat posed by North Korea.
Now, Trump is on record citing, get this, not Dan Coats, but
start with biological.
Not citing our top advisor. Oh, shut up!
Very disturbing information.
God, I hate that. We'll get to this one in a second. This is a mess. Yeah, so Trump is virtually sidestepping the entire issue of nuclear weapons in North Korea because guess what? He said that he took his advice from Vladimir Putin that North Korea doesn't have any nuclear weapons, so there's nothing to worry about. And you know who set the meeting up? And I saw this from my perspective as a viewer. Lavrov, the minister of North Korea for Russia, set the meeting up between Donald Trump and Kim Jong-un. The first meeting. And now the next one in Hanoi will be set up by Lavrov as well. This is a Russian, like almost a Soviet-style propaganda move, but they're trying to set up Donald Trump being the great peacemaker when Dan Coats, our top guy, who Donald Trump wants to fire now because he disagrees with him, said the truth, that North Korea has nuclear weapons, and in fact, we are seriously not making any progress with any of the talks. And he's right. So what does Donald do? He wants to fire anybody who has a true point and continues to protect Vladimir Putin and the Russians through all of this crap. And we're still waiting on a response from Mueller. It's like waiting for Godot. Here we go again. Been there, done that. Da-da-da-da-da. That would be appropriate right now, wouldn't it? Yeah. I haven't played that song in a long time. Here we go. New slam.
Here we go again. Here we go again.
Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. And as we have reached it, the peak of everything will fall in like rocks when you decided to. Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. And as we have reached it, the peak of everything will fall in like rocks when you decided to. Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. Woo, yeah!
Oh, yeah.
All right, great. Another in the lineup of fresh new music from myself to you. Okay, speak of the Bible, locust swarms imminent in Egypt and Saudi Arabia. Just when you thought you were just getting past the apocalypse and it was over, it hasn't even started yet. Yeah, here come the locust swarms. The desert locust, known as the world's most dangerous migratory pest, poses a major threat to food security in the Middle East. Okay, so we just go ahead with, we'll get ahead of them here. Thank you. Been there, done that. Okay. We did this last night. It's just so sad. The guy is clearly mentally altered or something. We had another problem with a guy over here called Seasons. Last night we had to completely permaban him. It's just they think this is an opportunity to stalk our show, and we're far from that. I mean, we're so far beyond that I can't even tell you. They were doing that back in 2008 when I started. Oh my gosh, the desert locust. This is a nasty little devil that'll eat anything in sight and all your food. The Israeli researcher at the Department of Zoology at Tel Aviv is holding this in her hand. Is this like a weapon? Is Israel threatening Saudi Arabia with locusts now? Well, the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization warned that an infestation of desert locusts in Sudan and Eritrea is rapidly spreading along both sides of the Red Sea towards Egypt and Saudi Arabia. According to the agency, heavy rains triggered 2 generations of breeding since October, leading to a substantial increase in the locust population. I'm sorry, but I don't understand. Wait a second. They've got a locust population growing over there, and we can't just dump some of the chemtrails that they currently spray over our skies on these things? I mean, hello? If they're going to spray us like insects, the least they can do is spray the insects. You know, I mean, hello? I don't want them to spray us at all. And this is a gross violation of our freedom. But we talk about it every night, and everyone's like, huh? What? Okay. You're right, Dave. Those Ashkem Trailies Nazis are doing it. Well, I mean, let's take a quick look at the Rothschild family and see what they have done.
His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment of Palestine as a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavours to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. I should be grateful if you would bring this declaration to the knowledge of the Zionist Federation.
Thank you. We will talk to the Zionist Federation, Jacob. Don't worry. Everything will be fine.
I know. He said he read thousands of books, and he was kicked out of the library for reading them. Yeah, right. Who would ever get kicked out of a library for reading? You know? It's like, that's BS to start with. Been there, done that. Yes. Anywho, you know, if you spray chemtrails 40,000 feet, it's pretty much impossible to apply chemicals in a concentrated form. Well, gosh darn it, SS. Well, you're right. You could just dump it on your head and they won't affect you much at all. Except you're breathing it, you moron. It's going into your brain. Your stem cells are affected. Well, some cells are affected. I don't know about your stem cells, but yeah. And everything goes in your mouth, goes to your brain eventually. They're hosing you with chemicals and you think it's no big deal? See what I mean? Well, have I got a story for you? Yes. Let me get rid of the chemtrails. Thank you. This guy, R. Kelly, charged with sexually abusing 4 victims and at least 3 of them minors. Pretty serious, man. He's got some major legal problems now for R. Kelly, and the Chicago Recording Company is involved only insofar as that's their label. The embattled R&B was charged with 10 counts of aggravated and criminal sexual abuse. He's expected to appear in bond court Saturday, one day after Cook County prosecutors alleged in an explosive indictment filed Friday that the abuse involved 4 victims, at least 3 of them minors, from 1998 to 2010. Kelly was expected to surrender to police Friday night. Okay. The minors were between 13 and 16. Kelly's 51 and he hasn't surrendered. I'm a little worried that there may be a showdown. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe R. Kelly will be the next car race out of Chicago. I mean, you never know. I mean, this guy doesn't seem like he's going to want to go spend some time in jail. All I can say is this type of abuse is exactly what we need to, find out about. Abuse among... Did you hear about the Maharishi, the alleged Maharishi in India, who has inherited the throne? There's a serious scandal about him having sex with his devotees and then killing them. Have you heard about that? Yeah, I have no more information on that than just hearing about it. Yeah, supposedly this young man is growing up to be a real weirdo. Let me see. take a look. No. No. Nope. Yeah, let me do guru sex killings. Nope. Nope. Yeah, I don't know any more about it than the tabloids, so maybe it's just a tabloid thing. Yeah, anyway, I'll have to research it and get back to you. Sorry I brought it up. All right, so done with that. How many other things we're dealing with again? We're almost done. Yay. I've battled through this only to arrive at Bernie Sanders and how he praised Castro. Yeah, I didn't play this last night, but I might play it tonight. I don't know. It's just I can't bear to listen to Bernie Sanders talking about how great Castro was for an entire evening of 20 minutes.
Hi, we're here with Mayor Bernard Sanders to talk a little bit about his recent trip to Nicaragua. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi. I think maybe a good way to start is to ask you when you first became interested in Central American issues.
I don't know. Ever since I was a kid, for some strange reason, I was always interested in the problems of Latin America and had done some reading about it as a young person and in college. I think one of the things that concerned me was the way that the United States government had always treated Latin America. And basically, as you know, our history has always been that we have the right to unilaterally get involved and overthrow governments that we don't like. President Roosevelt, back when he was president, when somebody said, well, why do you keep supporting all these horrible dictators, these people who oppress their people? He says, well, they may be sons of bitches, but they're our sons of bitches. That was exactly what he said. And, you know, I think at a certain point, one reaches the conclusion that if one believes in democracy, and that presumably is what our nation is supposed to be about, how can you defend the right that we can go in with the Marines, as we have on many, many occasions, and overthrow any government that we don't like? And then if you think a little bit further about it and you study political science or economics, then you understand that time and time again, these interventions in Latin and Central America have been for the benefit of large corporations, whether it's the United Fruit Company in Guatemala.
Now, Bernie has been making $2.3 million a year, and he just filed with that kind of income. And he's also a guy who drives an Audi R8, courtesy of that. Hey, I'll clear the chat if you don't mind. Yeah, thanks. Okay, let's stop the posting. We're done for a while. Yeah, he's not very socialist, is he? He's much of a capitalist. He's the world's richest socialist, exactly. And he's in the 1%. And he made a very crazy statement in a writing of an article he did for a Vermont newspaper, where he said that women like to be raped by 3 men. I mean, this guy is really out to lunch. He was a moocher when he was a young man. He used to take all their best food out of refrigerators in Vermont. This is on record. People have talked about it. He didn't work till he was 45 years old. He threw the race in 2016, literally, when he said, I don't want to talk about Benghazi too, Hillary. You know? Anyway, don't rule Hillary out for 2020. I think it could come down to Hillary and Donald again in the big two. Because, for one, Hillary pretty much owns the Democratic Party. And Hillary may just be a consortium of people who occupy her space, who represent the person known as Hillary. I mean, it's very possible there's another person playing Hillary now. I wouldn't put it past him. And we even talked about the possibility of her actually being cloned. And I showed you last night proof that this could be possible. And I know that sounds hard to believe that we would be seeing cloning going on in our day and age. But yeah, 20 years ago, a sheep was cloned. A lot can happen in 20 years, people. Yeah. Come on, people now. Cry on your brother, everybody get together. Try to love one another right now. Yeah, well, so we're going to try to bring back the 60s tonight, if I can find it. I'm trying to find my clip of... Yeah, it's giving me problems. I just love it. There we go. Nope, it's not there. Okay, don't worry about it then. I thought it was in downloads, but maybe they moved my download file to DL. They allow callers on here now? Great. Are you the only person I can thank you for this channel? Hey, lots of weenies. Wow. How do you call? You want to try calling me right now? Thank you for defending me. Oh, you're not allowed to use the N-word here? I'm sorry. Mad Dog just used the N-word on our show. You'd think you'd learn by now. Yeah, Bernie has 3 houses too. A $600,000 house. Two of them are $600,000 houses. One house he inherited a long time ago from his mom. Donald has a little dance routine out. Played it last week. On a lighter note.
Possibly get a bad ruling, and then we'll get another bad ruling, and then we'll end up in the Supreme Court, and hopefully we'll get a fair shake, and we'll win in the Supreme Court, just like the band. They sued us in the Ninth Circuit, and we lost, and then we lost in the appellate division, and then we went to the Supreme Court.
It's a pretty good dance routine, I must say. He did a really good job of sticking that, CGI onto his face. And then we had some pretty convincing evidence in a tweet last week in our Tuesday show, our Truth Tuesday show, that more smoking gun evidence, no planes were involved in the shadow government's conspiracy against America on 9/11. More and more likely that it's a cover-up.
It's from the
This is from another angle.
Nashville blast starts off, but as you can clearly see by looking at the video slowly, that this was an explosion, another directed energy attack to the side of the building using lasers to bring down World Trade Center 2. Couldn't be any more clear that there was no planes involved in the coming down of World Trade Centers 1 and 2. It had to be by directed energy weapons. And also to note what kind of explosion hit the side of the building is completely different from the one on the World Trade Center 1. You see that little line there, the type of gold yellow flames. There's not the black smoke from allegedly the fuel fire either.
Take a look at this rare, super slow motion video of Flight 175 that hit the South World Trade Center tower on 9/11/2001. Take a really close look, because there are 2 impossibilities I'm going to show you here. The first impossibility is a real airplane couldn't have sliced through a building with a steel facade with reinforced concrete flooring and 47 steel support beams. A jet's wing can't slice through a steel building like a hot knife through butter. But the second impossibility is in plain sight. Yet when we pay close attention to the video, Flight 175's wing should appear in front of the building, not behind it. This is a layering CGI glitch, and this proves that this video, which was seen all over the world, over and over and over again, year after year, is a CGI rendering. Thus, it's not an amateur witness video.
Okay, so clearly the plane is going in, the actual plane should be behind the building toward us, but it's actually going behind the building that's farther away from us and farther away from the Trade Center. So clearly this is a CGI glitch, which implies that there could have been a complete cover-up, because the people that really did see the 9/11 attack, invariably, unless you were actually there that day, more and more people have just said, yeah, I saw it on TV. Alfred E. Newman, yeah, you can't come in here, man. Mad Dog is welcome to come back. I just banned and unbanned him. He should be able to come back now. The kick would have been an hour long, but he used the N-word on our show, and I can't tolerate that. Yeah, he knows he's not supposed to do that. Yeah, we don't allow overt racist statements, especially against white people and Hispanics and Asians too. Like if you don't like the idea of you go to sleep and stop harassing shows and stop being a troll, and then ponder your life on Earth being a troll. There, Chet. We've got copies of all the hateful things you said to me about our show and T. Rucker's show. Yeah, we've got lots of evidence against you, Chet. I just don't think it's appropriate to use the N-word or the W word, like Whitey. I mean, if you were to call me Whitey in the show, that would be very upsetting. Or honky, or cracker. We're done with that. Yeah, I can't keep bringing this up again and again. Maybe we could talk about Joe Biden's touching, some of the people. That would be another thing we go to, but these are all go-to things I've used in the past. I'd just rather talk to you, the viewer, I know, he's a total pathetic loser. See this? This is totally inappropriate. Look at the way Joe Biden is grabbing this little girl. It's just bizarre. Look at how the little girl is like. He's like reaching around and she's like, ooh, ooh, get away from me, ooh. Isn't that weird? That's Joe Biden, yeah. And then he kisses the mothers and he's just too feely. I'm going to keep that in my lineup. Yeah, then this NASA document that they published, 97 pages on weather modification in 1966. Oh, I need to unbad Mad Dog 1? Okay. Over there? Okay. I'll do whatever you want, man. We just can't allow you to use the N-word in here. That username doesn't exist. Yeah. Mad Dog? Okay. You're unbanned over there, man. You can go back. Yeah, I totally, what I do is I ban and then unban you. So you should be back up and running. It kicks out the 1 hour kick. All right. Well, let's be clear. Weather modification is going on for your good. Michael and I mean Michelle, my transgender lover, she and I approve of the spraying of chemicals over the entire population. These heavy metals have been used to clog your brain cells so that you won't understand that Barack Obama is a Muslim and a homosexual. So as you look at the chemtrails, you realize that many of those chemtrails are designed to turn you into a homosexual. Yeah, literally. Some people are saying, are they spraying gayness on us? What's going on? Well, I don't know. But I can tell you Barack Obama's gay. He practically admitted it in his last little charade of a book. He said he was attracted to his professor. And he had visited his professor twice. Yeah, they'd gotten together at the White House privately in the secret room. Yeah, apparently Barack Obama was into some real kinky stuff. You know that Chris Crocker, the guy who, the YouTube star that made a big deal about Britney Spears? You probably remember Chris Crocker. He's a transgender. He's no longer transgender. I guess he's straight now. But he was seen with James Alefantis at the Obama's request 5 times. They were on the guest list with a camera crew. Now, I'd love to say this is just BS, but no, seriously. This is the guy that actually was with James Alefantis at a camera crew 5 times. They went in there with Michelle and Obama in the Oval Office. What the hell were they photographing?
Really want to see a 25-year-old woman leave behind 2 children and die?
She lost her aunt. She went through a divorce.
Anyway, this is the guy that he later, along with James Alefantis, had this this gig where they did videos in the Oval Office. I'm not making this up. Citizens for Responsibility Ethics in Washington did a guest list review because Barack Obama wouldn't show his guest list for the longest time. And we found this out, that Alefantis, too, was in that room with them in the camera crew. Hey, what about this picture? I keep bringing it up. It kind of amazes me. The whole story of Pizzagate keeps propping back up on the media, despite the fact that they're trying to suppress it and shut it down. Do you think I'm Chris Crocker? I knew you would say that. I knew that was next. The next thing you were going to say is, Dave, put this over your face. Yeah. So I'll do it right now for you if you want. Now, obviously there is a slight resemblance. Okay. Yeah. I can't believe what they did to Brittany. I just can't believe I'm a YouTube star now. Anyway, check this out. James Alefantis is in a picture. This is just amazing. James Alefantis is in a picture with the Rothschild family. Now, why is that? You know, why would James Alefantis be in a picture with the Rothschild family? It's like, I'm not getting this. So let's do a visual comparison here to see if James Alefantis is that man. I have a rough sketch here. Yeah, they won't even allow blackface images. No, they still haven't become progressive enough to do that. Yeah, so James Alefantis is let's take a look at his face over here and compare it. Slightly different angle of the face, but let's go ahead and, yeah, definitely could be. Yeah, look at that. Same bone structure, same structure completely. Yeah, look at that. Perfect match. Hey, you know, if this is the case, then why did they decide to change his name to Lover of Children? Because that's what it means. It definitely is him. So if you don't agree with me, you can just say you don't agree with me, Dave. I don't care. I just don't think that James Alefantis is related to the Rothschilds, even though he looks a lot like Evelyn de Rothschild. I mean, you put them together and you see their faces, and you can't miss it. Yeah, let me show it to you. I did unban Mad Dog at iBlog. Yeah, I totally unbanned him. Maybe there's a 1 hour waiting period. But you know, the N-word is inappropriate in our show. So I just don't think anybody should use that on a regular basis. I hate to tell you, but it's not going to make things better if you run around calling people the N-word. Is that going to make your life better? Look what happened to Dr. Laura. And she referred to the, you remember Dr. Laura of radio fame? She referred to the N-word like 6 or 7 times in one broadcast without actually saying the N-word. It was the end of her career. Yeah. Anyway, that's neither here nor there, I guess. Looking for Alefantis. Wow. You know, I'd rather talk about Chester Bennington and his death in Podesta. Yeah. Let's talk about that for a while. Chester Bennington died a month after Chris Cornell. And Chris Cornell apparently killed himself in the same manner. They both died from a hanging. Seems strange, considering Chester Bennington had found out later in life that his real father was John Podesta. Also related to the Alefantis story, because we're talking about Pizzagate, which we do on occasion. But here's another capture. We took a picture of James Alefantis at Seth Rich's funeral, too. Wow. Sorry to digress, but there's a photograph of James Alefantis at Seth Rich's funeral. That was odd. There he is in the background. But yeah, back to this. Yeah, his father is apparently, you see their faces are identical. Well, I don't believe Chester Bennington committed suicide. He was seen the day of his death talking to his family in a good mood. Now, that's a serious thing, because Chester Bennington was concerned about child endangerment, which happens to be the story circulating around John Podesta, allegedly claiming that Pizzagate and the WikiLeaks reveal something much more telling. Well, he was at his family's location having fun the day of his death. Now, let me show you Chester Bennington's final day in his new house in Palos Verdes, California, where he and his family were having a good time. This is not a man who was going to kill himself.
Aw, shit, burglar. What is this thing?
What do you guys have?
This is chocolate pudding or canned dog food. Let's hope for the best, World. I just drank myself and I'm gonna die.
Oh, shit, the same thing.
Okay, just
double dog screw.
I either got rotten egg or something else.
3, 2, 1, go.
I got the cop. I got the cop in my mouth. Oh my god. Oh
Okay,
no.
and then-
Aw, shit, burglar.
Okay, they apparently had a rotten egg, but isn't that prophetic? He really died that day. But you could see he was having fun. Go away. Now, being this relationship between his alleged father, was not a good one. And being he wrote a song about being molested at the age of 9 by his father, the connection draws a larger investigative nuance that raises a bigger question about the entire relationship Chester Bennington had to this concern he had, and was he involved with Chris Cornell in their effort to stop it? Chris Cornell, as you know, died a month earlier the same exact way. And many people are wondering how did this guy just, end up killing himself the same? And his story is even more disturbing. Apparently his bodyguard found him by breaking the door down, which means the bodyguard, who's the only one who could have seen him, was there at the time. Found him with a rubber band around his neck in the bathroom. And there's some blood, too, which is very strange. Most people don't die if they're committing suicide by hanging. They don't usually hang themselves sideways laying on the floor. I mean, it's ridiculous. He wasn't even hanging from a hook. And that's obviously a sign of somebody intruded into his room and actually ended up killing him. He had 9 broken ribs, which is indicative of a struggle. And he had a situation where he completely, utterly had an eye embolism, and apparently a hematoma of his eye, which again is forensic evidence of a struggle, 9-minute struggle to survive. Yet the government won't investigate this as a murder, which shows yet another leak in our system and how they're completely of no value, the police, in doing any investigative work. It's kind of sad, really. So I'm looking through some pictures I have here of Chester Bennington. Let's see. Cornell, right. I'm going to go alphabetical. Okay. Vaughn is buffering. Yeah, we figured as much. We always run into this problem this time of night. It's no big deal. Yeah, apparently he didn't like the band, so oh well. He'll have to learn to live with it. Yes. See, Chester Bennington had a very nice family. He had all these children to live for. People like that who just bought a brand new house in Palos Verdes and was seen on camera having fun with his kids. They don't just kill themselves. Chris Cornell, they claimed, I read his bio, they claimed he was on, antidepressants or something, but they say he reverted back to drug use. When confronted with drug use, he got angry, but there's a significant anomaly going on here. Yeah, there's a a physical anomaly. Some people believe that Chris Cornell may have even been replaced younger. This is the original Chris Cornell right there. And I'm going to line these up. You can see he was clearly taller in the more recent picture when standing up next to his co-friend there. Isn't that interesting? Is Cal Worthington using the N-word? Really? Wow. You're not allowed to use the N-word here, Cal. I thought I explained that to you. Isn't that interesting how his height got so much different? I mean, it's like he completely, yeah. Maybe that's not even the real Chris Cornell after all. You know, you got to wonder. Yeah, weird stuff. I guess we're done with the Chris Cornell story. And I think we're done with the Chester Bennington story. So thanks for letting me, go off on a tangent there talking about people being killed, suicided, to cover up child trafficking. I know that many of you don't want to talk about it, so I don't really want to make a big issue of it. We're not going to be able to stop any of that or even get any review from the FBI unless we build a third party, because right now the Republicans and Democrats support the FBI, even though the Republicans seem like they don't. They seem to be going along with the party line. Cows are not a cover story for chemtrails, no. Okay, just joshing. No, I'm not pulling a conspiracy out of thin air, man. I'm really onto something here. If you don't see the connection between all these things, the Rothschilds building Israel,
Yours, Arthur Balfour,
and the picture of the Rothschilds with James Alefantis, and the death of Chris Cornell and Chester Bennington as it relates to John Podesta, and you don't see the link between all these stories, then you're missing the whole big picture, because there's a little worm that rolls through all these stories, and that is that these people who have immense amounts of power are in the process of consolidating that power and killing off anybody who goes against them. No, he's on top of the N-word, and I appreciate that. I just muted him. The thing is, guys, we found out that only T. Rucker's room was being allowed in as a chatter. Okay? Just so you know. Mark only allows your room and your IPs for the T. Rucker room to come in here and come into and hack our show. Everybody else who tries to get in here can't. Okay? That's what's happening over at Vaughn. Now, many of you who weren't in the T. Rucker show, who were having problems getting in, can always go to iVlog and watch our show over there, but many of you can't get Flash to work because Flash is blocked in some countries for security reasons. So that's another snafu for chatters. They can barely get in here. But if you go to iVlog.tv/user/America's Third Party, you can see our chat going on right now. But this is the chat room right here. And just bring that up on the screen and type in. But again, it needs Flash. Now, if you don't have any access, you can always check our link out at Periscope. And every day we have a Periscope thing that, that pops up and we play our show. If you just go to Twitter @Third Party, you'll see our link every day. So if you want to get in, that's one way to do it. You get muted at iVlog? Well, then that's why I kept the Vaughn show going, but a lot of you were T. Rucker fans. That's why you're in here. Now, T. Rucker was commissioned by Mark to, he and Amanda were commissioned to kind of like do a takedown and see if they could beat us at the numbers, and they couldn't. We still ruled Vaughn because of our demand and draw. And they got to the point where they just didn't do anything, right? So apparently they took money, doxed our show, made $125,000 each time they did it, and then I talked about how this is a felony and that he could go to jail and I'd be extradited, and then T. Rucker magically dies. His wife moves in with Lot Lizard, who for some reason must have had a lot of money too, because women don't leave their husbands, and especially when they're dying of cancer, to go live with some fat guy who has a lot of money, unless there's a reason. And then T. Rucker faked his death. Now, I doubt he had cancer. I seriously doubt he's dead, but I do believe he's trying to evade any prosecution for doxing us, because he clearly did dox us, and we have copies of it. So I don't know what happened between them, and I'm sure that she was feeling it wasn't working for her out of respect for her. She has her own views, but I think she kind of like went along with T. Rucker on this whole thing, and that's why our show has been gang stalked. That's why we are here now, still doing the show, despite all their attacks. There's nothing they're going to do to stop us, because we haven't done anything wrong. It's not a theory. We've got pretty good confidence that his death didn't occur, because we did a search for his name at the actual funeral home, and it's not in their database. So they paid their website designer at a funeral home to post his face. That must have cost a couple grand, but hey, money buys anything. I'm not slandering T. Rucker. No, I can't slander a person who's dead. Sorry. Plus, we're not slandering him by name. I haven't mentioned any of his names. Now, this is the third time he's faked his death. He did it twice before, and we have proof of that, too. So, it's just kind of sad that all of you guys who were big supporters of him are the only ones that get into our show, because that's the only IP that Mark will allow in the show, and that's pretty obvious. So here I am convincing you people that I've been screwed over by these stalkers and doxers, and you're finally realizing this entire effort is being squashed. It's taken you years to understand that, and that there are people with a lot of money who are willing to put us down and stop us. And they'll do everything they can possibly do, including hurt me in the process. They wouldn't hesitate if they could and get away with it. So I'm just saying this has been going on for about 8 years, and or 6 or 7 years now with Vaughn. We had to leave, 4 years into our effort, we had to leave Blog TV. So I guess 6 years it's been going on. 4 years we were at Blog TV, and they bought the network right out from under us. A federal informant did. That was in an effort to squash us because we were growing rapidly. We had a million viewers that we brought over to Vaughn, and it started bringing in huge numbers over at Vaughn. He just decided to sell out, in my opinion. I don't need to do a full expose, because every day we talk about the news, which is even more disturbing than these trolls and minions of darkness. We have done a lot more expose of the Donald Trump Russian collusion issue, which is far more of an important issue than this person that we're talking about. I would rather not talk about these trolls because I'm only giving them credence to talking about them. But the irony is, this is an effort they put out that's fallen by the wayside. Whoever gave them money was a fool, because I'm way more intelligent than any of the people that are funding these people. I've already seen the ultimate effect, and the net effect of my efforts is paying off big time, not locally, not in America, but around the world. And this growing effort and growing talk about a third party and how we're censored is got virality of its own. And when they mention blackface, that's even more of a conversation piece. So believe me, this is a very well orchestrated plan that I put together 8 or 9 years ago. Right around the end of the election in 2008, when I realized this puppet Barack Obama was being chosen by the elite Zionists who gave him money through AIPAC, I put together the show and pulled it off just right off the cuff, and started it literally 10 years ago. I started this effort and started up after 500 hours of broadcasting, sent out press letters to everybody, press releases, and not one response from the media.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount, and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election. And as your potential write-in candidate, David John Sponheim, I'm here to show you my hybrid electric vehicle. It's not a plug-in hybrid. That's something I want to build at the U.S. Auto Corporation that I want you, the people, to own.
So that was me back then, and you know, I've been doing this show for 10 years now, and I haven't changed. I'm still doing it. So take it or leave it. All right, Dave, are you into Game of Thrones? I have not. No, final release is coming April 14th. You know, I've been wanting to watch this, the Game of Thrones. I'm putting it on my list of 9 seasons, I guess I've got to watch. Yeah, I've got to watch it. Yes, the fruit spray really helps. It's tightening up my skin and making it seem more supple. But some people say I look like one of the characters in the Game of Thrones, so I should watch it just to see if I, you know, physically match Brienne of Tarth. I have no idea what she looks like. All right, so we should.
Like this.
Huh? She looks like this. Have you seen the Game of Thrones? I've not even seen the trailer on it. Yeah.
Not really.
Yes, I just don't think that Sarah wants to be hanging out with a guy that looks like a girl, you know. So let's take a look. Let's see how close I could get to this picture.
Is that a real person?
Yeah, that's Brienne of Tarth of Game of Thrones.
I thought it was like an
Is that animation of her?
I don't know.
Yeah. I'm not worried about it. She's a manly looking woman. Okay, that explains a lot. All right. Thank you. And now Sarah is here to bring you the feminine side of the show, which is a wonderful break from me. Thank you. And I'm trying to get rid of links as much as I can. I think I'm down to the final few. The final few.
Final few. He means final 30.
No, I'm trying to get them under 20 today.
I know you're doing a great job, David.
Thank you. Okay, so that guy, the Labor Secretary Acosta, is being looked at seriously for having falsely given Jeffrey Epstein only 1 year of jail time. So they're going to probably have a problem. Labor Secretary Acosta may have to quit. It's possible. Because what he did was really unethical, giving Jeffrey Epstein a pass and then not telling the families that the plea deal was going on. That was very suspicious. Yeah. I guess I'll just fall asleep here while, yeah. Hey, and by the way, I want to tell you something.
Yes, true.
Yeah, so I was able to talk by holding my hand over. I learned that from the Super Bowl. People talk like this at the Super Bowl.
Usually it's a paper, but
yeah. Thank you.
Okay, will do. Yeah, I do actually. Like, I noticed that when I shower, then if I comb my hair while my hair is still wet, then my hair like goes flat and just like straight, and it's not too good. And especially because I have long hair, when I cut it short, it actually had more like curl in it. But yeah, so actually like what I'll do is I'll comb my hair before I shower, and then I shower and then let it naturally dry. I don't like, I'll rub it with the towel a little bit, but I won't use a blow dryer or comb on it. And actually that natural drying allows it to be more full body. All right. Thank you for your kind words. And yes, I do have to ban you. Have a good weekend. For hair, it's too much work. Well, I want to get out, like I need to comb it in order to get out the knots, especially the knots that can accumulate in this back area of the hair. But well, David's asked me to do that, so following through. Yeah. Something about, never mind, I don't quite understand everything. But I'm looking forward to this coming week and spending time with family, and it'll be March soon, and then soon enough it'll be June. Yeah, I guess so. I guess there's always got to be someone. All right. I love David. He's in the other room, Cal. There was a bust on massage parlors in Florida. Patriots owner Bob Kraft was charged with soliciting prostitution. That wasn't actually the biggest name involved. About the whole, someone said that was going to happen about the Florida massage parlor bust. An ad crunch hits Hollywood's biggest night. The Oscars are coming. Oh, I don't know if anyone will watch the Oscars. Maybe they will now that they're maybe streaming. Oh, in Reddit, they had like a billionaire NFL owner will. Wow, interesting. Oh. Interesting, real Magoo. Yes, I have heard that. The war of northern aggression. I don't get that. And I'm from the South, but I guess I moved to the West long enough to be separated from the South. Other than it's illegal, I don't see the big deal either, so maybe it shouldn't be illegal. David made a hash, like some kind of sausage and mashed potato, or not mashed potatoes, but sausage, potatoes. He put some cauliflower in it. That's what he made last night. Yeah, isn't that crazy? I do have like a dry throat, but not necessarily a full cough. Thank you. Well, I already have someone I kiss. That's David. Cauliflower is good. I like it. I actually like cauliflower. Ironically, I hate eggs, but David made this cauliflower egg dish one time that I actually liked, which is odd. Yeah, broccoli, cauliflower, and carrots with a fillet of salmon. David tonight made salmon, a salmon fillet. You love eggs? You could hang out with David. Yeah, and if it was legalized and then regulated and then taxed, imagine the taxpayer money that could come from that. I'm glad you hang out with David every night. My goodness. Wall Street longest weekly winning streak in 24 years. I should have invested last week. Oh, whatever. Dogs keep calling 911. What? You can scrape the skin off after you cook it. Don't worry, be happy. It's really easy to do. Just cook it and then take a knife and then you can take the skin off after it's cooked. Actually keeps more moisture in it. Wait, you bought salmon and you're complaining that it's fishy? Yeah, just use like a butter knife. Like if you don't crisp up the skin, if it's a little soggy, you could take a butter knife and just scrape it right off after it's cooked. And you won't know the difference. It's fine. Yeah, it's a little more fishy with the skin, but the fish oil is actually very good for you. But don't eat the skin. You don't need to eat it. You can eat the skin. Yes, I have heard of people that eat the skin. But yeah, it has probably more of the oils in the skin, but really you don't have to eat it. Just take a butter knife and just scrape it off. That's what I do. I cook it with the skin on, or David cooks it with the skin on. Yeah, David generally cooks salmon with the skin on. And it's not even like sometimes people talk about crispy skin. David's, when he cooks it, it's not crispy. But yeah, you just turn it over, scrape it off, and after it cooks, and it's fine. And no, it doesn't taste. I don't know. I don't know if I've ever cooked it without the skin on. So yeah, I would say that it actually stays more moist if you cook it. You cook it skin side down too, so that you're not like having the skin drain more fishiness into the fish, I guess. Skin side down, flip it over, scrape the skin off, and then there you go. 781 likes salmon skin. It's good for you. You can also crisp up the salmon. If you cook it crispy, they say you can eat it, and when it's crispy, it's supposed to be good. Yeah, and David does his steam fry method, so that makes the skin moist. Real Magoo always eats the salmon skin. I don't. I always scrape it off, but I just use a butter knife to scrape it off. Because having the... Yeah, I mean... It's very difficult, I would think, to take the skin off when it's... before it's cooked. Man, I like that stuff. Ace Spade beer battered deep fried cod. Yeah. I had a thing called, it's kind of like an air fryer, but no, I haven't tried an air fryer. I have heard it's incredible. Yeah, I have heard that too, True Blue. Freshwater fish seem less fishy. I'm trying to think of like freshwater fish. I haven't really had freshwater fish though, except for... catfish. Yeah, I've never actually eaten trout that I know of. And okay, a couple people eat the salmon skin. Anyway, all right. Oh. Haha. Why must one say pink salmon? Pink is a type of salmon. There's 5 different types of salmon. To learn the 5 types of salmon, all you need is use your hands. So there is chum, which rhymes with thumb. There is sockeye, so you point to your eye. And then there is king. And then there's a silver, like the ring has silver in it. King or coho, and then silver. Then there's silver, and then there's pink salmon. But all the salmon is definitely pink, but oh, coho is really good. Chum is like, chum and pink are, chum is lower than pink.
Temperature tonight, I'm gonna need that. Oh, just basic. I don't know, it doesn't seem that cold to me.
No, it doesn't. I didn't cover my car, but
yeah,
that's okay.
I think it'll be okay.
It says 42. Really? Feels like 38, but 42.
Wow, that's amazing. Okay. Okay, good to know. So we have no problems until next Sunday. Okay, good. Thank you. Good to know.
Well, it says 32 at, no, that's feeling. Feels like. Yeah, 41 down to 39. But warmer night. I heard something about LA having snow. Something like that. Red sockeye. Oh, also steelhead is a type of salmon too. It's like a freshwater salmon. You hate polar bears? Have I seen how much salmon each polar bear eats? No, I don't. It snowed in Vegas the other day. Wow, that's pretty amazing. It snowed in Arizona. Well, if it's only for a day, the cactus might come back. Wow. Here, I'm trying to get ready for spring. Planted a few things indoors and trying to think about spring. The last time it snowed in Vegas was November 2008. I don't know, True Blue, what happens to cactus in the snow. They get cold, yeah, but I don't know if it's bad for them or anything like that. Oh, there's a warning issued over attacks on internet infrastructure. Oh, wow. Sockeye, yeah, sockeye is a type of salmon. The key parts of the internet infrastructure face large-scale attacks that threaten the global system of web traffic. The internet's address keeper warned Friday. ICANN declared that after an emergency meeting, an ongoing and significant risk to key parts of the infrastructure that affects the domains on which websites reside. They're going after the internet infrastructure itself. ICANN Chief Technology Officer David Conrad reported. There have been targeted attacks in the past, but nothing like this. The attacks date back as far as 2017. They've sparked growing concerns from security researchers in recent weeks. There's a special meeting of ICANN. These attacks have a potential to snoop on data along the way, sneaking and sending the traffic elsewhere, enabling attackers to impersonate or spoof critical websites. There's not a single tool to address this. Wow. U.S. authorities issued a similar warning last month about the DNS attacks. Wow. Well, I don't think ICANN is by the UN, but it's basically now private. It used to be public. This is like someone lying to the post office about your address, checking your mail, and hand delivering it to your mailbox. There's a lot of targets in the Middle East. Oh, there's evidence that some of it's coming out of Iran and it's being done in support of Iran. ICANN held an emergency meeting. They're putting out word to website and online traffic handlers to ramp up security, or users will be vulnerable. DNS espionage is what they're calling it. DNS espionage. Well, so it might be that you need to change your passwords more frequently. Similar attacks took place in Lebanon, the United Arab Emirates, Europe, and other parts of the Middle East, targeting governments, intelligence services, police, airlines, oil industry, and the oil industry. Wow. Oh, is this back in the day? When I knew they did something with ICANN. Yeah, Republicans say the Obama administration is giving away the internet. Yeah, it was overseen by the U.S. government. But it's ICANN is a nonprofit based in LA with a budget of more than $130 million, more than 350 employees. And it keeps track of millions of websites all over the globe. Since 1998, it was overseen by U.S. Commerce Department, but the government ended its contract under the Obama administration and let them become fully independent. All right. Yes, I can. Obama. That's funny. Oh, Trump picked a new Canada envoy. Wait. Good. R. Kelly turned himself in as he should have. I've never liked that guy. Trump picked Kelly Craft as a U.S. ambassador, UN ambassador. Okay. His envoy. She's his envoy to Canada. She's going to be the next ambassador to the UN. But she still has to be confirmed by the Senate. Nikki Haley stepped down from the UN late last year. Wow. Okay. I have no idea what you're saying, Misanthropy. I don't know. I do like the Marshall Islands are considering radical measures to survive the rising sea levels. They need to raise their islands if they're going to avoid being drowned by this rising sea levels. How are they going to raise the Marshall Islands? Most of the islands are less than 2 meters above sea level. They're looking at the City of Hope project on an artificial island in the Maldives as a viable option. Sand is being pumped onto reefs from surrounding atolls and is being fortified with walls 3 meters above sea level, which will make it higher than the tallest natural island in the Maldives. No, I don't want to know who you're talking about. That's true. They're going to have to select which islands to raise, which ones to add to, which ones to build upon, which ones to destroy, maybe? I don't know. And they're going to talk with other all atoll nations about these climate issues. People in Okinawa, Japan, live longer than almost anyone on Earth. What do they eat? Wow. That's weird. I've never seen anybody like what you're describing, Misanthropy, thankfully. The land of the immortals. They have the longest lifespans and the highest rate of centenarians in the world. Low rates of heart disease, stroke, cancer, diabetes. So it has mostly vegetables, soy products, and seafood. I don't know about tofu though. I'm not a big soy fan. Okay, they do sweet potatoes, green, leafy, or yellow root vegetables. Okay. Tofu, I don't know about that. Bitter melon, I don't know about that. Modest amounts of seafood, lean meat, fruit, and tea.
Yeah, I mean, I left you another portion of fish if you want to
Okay.
help yourself to all the rest of that.
Okay.
Okay, great. Well, that's
All right.
Friday night is reading the news with Sarah. Thank you. Was that fun?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, good. Better than nothing, right?
Oh, this is that one about social credit system. China has barred millions from travel for social credit offenses.
Yeah. They won't let people travel if they have social credit problems. Like they said something honest to somebody, like, you know,
unpaid taxes and fines.
Wow.
They were blocked from buying airline tickets 17.5 million times. They couldn't buy train tickets 5.5 million times. 128 people were blocked from leaving China due to unpaid taxes.
That's just for starters. This is the beginning of a long line of social credit attacks, sesame credits. We're concerned about this happening around the world. You know, this is a slippery slope, and they're on it. The Chinese are really rapidly moving toward a social credit system, and I'm against it. I'm based on the simple fact that it violates individual freedoms and rights and treats people unfairly. It violates equal protection under the law clauses. In our country, that would be illegal. Social credit systems would not be mandated by the government because it would clearly violate the equal protection clause. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry I drove away your audience.
My audience is always here.
I
The people
know.
in these shows are T. Rucker people, IP addressed. We just have T. Ruckers planned. That's all that Mark will let us in the Vaughn room. It's kind of sad. And there's so many people at iVlog that just like watching transgenders on TV that they don't find our show interesting. You know, we just lost an iVlogger. Yeah. Bye. Good luck watching the transgender. Yeah, sounds like China's taking lessons from YouTube, but technically what YouTube is doing is illegal and violating the Equal Protections Clause. Of the 14th Amendment, in which took effect in 1868 nor shall any state deny any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. But that didn't apply to YouTube back in 1868 because they didn't have YouTube. They had NoTube. Yeah, NoTube was a really great website. Yeah, you should check it out sometimes. It's called Nature. What's left of it that hasn't been destroyed by toxins. Try NoTube for downloading or not downloading. You have the right to download or to not download any of these videos. No, he wasn't funny at all, Anita. That's the point. These people are professional trolls, and that's where they make their money. They were called in off the internet to attack our show. That's what I think happened. Hey, you know who really is interesting? Who you wouldn't think is interesting? Harry Reid. You know, after that time he got beat up by the mob, by somebody. Check out his whole thing now. It's all about allowing discussion about aliens. It's pretty interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, Harry Reid.
Former Nevada Senator Harry Reid says he's not quite finished with the study of UFOs. Reid said in an interview this morning that he's working to convince his former colleagues in Congress to take the mystery seriously. As the I-Team first reported back in 2017, Reid and two Senate colleagues authorized a classified Pentagon study of UFOs, one that was carried out by a Las Vegas contractor. Now, part of the study involved now public videos of...
Hey, wait a second. Did he say the Las Vegas contractor was taking over the study of UFOs? Yeah, it sounds like a really interesting field for some of the people in, the agency, if you know what I mean. The people in the know would like to talk about that stuff,
encounters between the U.S. military and unknown vehicles that were far superior to anything known to exist.
Wow.
Now, during an interview with KNPR's State of Nevada program, Reid called the study, quote, incredibly important, and said he hopes Congress will make it easier for witnesses to come forward.
What we found in the past is that these pilots, when they see something strange like this, they're prone not to report it for fear that the bosses will think something's wrong with them, and they don't get the promotion. So many times they don't say a word to anybody about these strange things. But now people are beginning to see the facts, and the facts are they need a place to be able to report this, and that's what I'm going to work on.
Cool.
Reid also said he has visited top secret Area 51 multiple times, but declined to describe the technology or the projects he's seen at the base. We do have a link to that full interview on our website at lasvegasnow.com.
So in other words, he wants all of us to be able to report a UFO, but he doesn't want to talk about anything he saw at Area 51. Or Area 52 for that matter. Wow. That's amazing. It's like looking out at the beautiful mountain and saying, there is no mountain. Oh wow, I lost the phone. There is no mountain. There's no mountain here. It doesn't exist. It's just a figment of your imagination. Yeah. I'm sorry, I cannot report on this mountain. Its specifics are top secret, and we can't discuss the specifics behind it because, after all, it's right in front of you. Yes, you can't talk about that mountain. Well, I think it's great that he's trying to make it a little easier for people, but come on, Harry Reid, what happened to you when you got hit in the face? I mean, come on, tell the truth. Did the mob beat you up? Brody Stevens, stand-up comedian and actor, dies at 48. He's best known for his roles in films like Hangover and numerous television appearances. A guy I didn't even know existed is dead. And I lost my opportunity to meet him. I could have met him in my life. Yeah, so Brody Stevens died. Cause of death has not been made public at this time. That's common. A lot of people are dying from not being made public. I don't know if you really can die if you're not public. I don't know. Hang on. Russell Johnson. Okay. Yeah, Russell, go ahead. What's your question, Russell? Hello? Huh. Oh, gosh. Okay. Just can't get any serious calls from people. It's amazing. Apparently all the serious people have been, dumbed down to the point of brain death. They're like, I drink my fluoride every day and I feel really smart now. Hey, smarty. Let's talk about stuff here. Yeah. Many of you have been dining on fluoride all day long, so you don't even know what's going on. It's like, well, I guess it's the world is happening, and we'll find out on Dave's show. Why not? I don't see any right. We'll encounter this together. I'll hold your hand through your fluoridated belladonic haze. Okay, White House Press Secretary Sanders called out for saying Trump first to condemn press attacks. Wow. Whatever that means. I don't know.
U.S. Coast Guard lieutenant tonight accused of planning a chilling terror plot here in the U.S. He had a stockpile of weapons, authorities say, and a hit list of Democrats, reporters, and innocent civilians. The suspect appearing before a judge today. And here's ABC's Terry Moran.
Tonight, Coast Guard Lieutenant Christopher Paul Hassan is behind bars, ordered by a federal judge to be held without bail on drug and gun charges after allegedly plotting to use this arsenal to, quote, murder innocent civilians on a scale rarely seen in this country.
The sheer number and force of the weapons that were recovered from Mr. Hassan's residence in this case, coupled with the disturbing nature of his writings, appear to reflect a very significant threat to the safety of our community.
The 49-year-old is accused of stockpiling handguns, sniper rifles, and 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Prosecutors described what they say were Hassan's chilling plans, including a possible hit.
The weirdest thing I've ever seen. The video it started playing, and then all of a sudden it just went to audio only, and it just showed Sarah Huckabee Sanders standing there with her hands out. Who cares? I really don't care. Sarah Huckabee Sanders is their own worst enemy, so I don't think that's relevant. But White House selling nuclear tech to Saudi Arabia, that's relevant. We need to talk about that. Yeah. What's going on? The story seems fishy to me, yeah. Oh, and Michael Jackson is, his estate is really active, especially considering he's probably alive. But whatever. They're suing, desperate. They're trying to stop a $100 million lawsuit, leaving Netherlands lawsuit is out right now. The Jackson estate will seek damages approximately caused by HBO's reprehensible disparagement of Michael Jackson, which could exceed $100 million should HBO succeed in the damage it's intending to cause the legacy of Michael Jackson. Reads a breach of contract complaint in which lawyers from Kinsella, Weitzman, Iser Kumpf, and Aldeset LL und Friedman und Tattletale LLP seek an injunction in arbitration. That's who I'd like representing me, is Tattletale. It's actually, his name is Tailtemon. But yeah. Yes, my lawyers, Woodward and Bernstein and Tattletale. I know, it's so bad losing hair so late in life. How old is Mark now? 40? Yeah. Well, that's the thing. You guys were at odds when you first met, and now that you're, hanging out together and you came together to get Misanthropy back on track. Not that he is back on track, he's just here in the show, which is right. I was very angry for some reason because he was being very negative, but I took it out on you. Sorry. Robert Kraft is not the biggest name involved in prostitution case. Right. But he's far from the only one involved. He may not be the most famous person involved. Yeah, there's no word on who the biggest name is. It's unclear why the authorities would name Kraft publicly but not name this bigger name. But it appears that this story is going to get significant traction and not go away quietly as Kraft would surely prefer. The owner of the Patriot football team is indeed been charged with being a John on 2 counts involving prostitution. The guy needed to, have a good time, and apparently he was basking in the glory of his big success in the Super Bowl. And I'm sure he was his testosterone just got out of hand, and he just decided to go to a prostitute, which is a horrible thing, really. I would never imagine being with a woman like that, or anybody for that matter. Yeah, especially if you go to a woman and you find out it's a transgender. It's like, what the hell? You can only imagine how sick that is, and the diseases in these places. Is that what happened to Mark? Did he go to one of those prostitutes? Is that why he's losing his hair? I don't know. I don't track him. Well, it's nice to have a moment to kind of meditate and be together. So I thought we could join hands and sing together our favorite spiritual. Yeah. Are you ready? And sure enough, we got a great link from Scissor Fight. Global warming, snow for Southern California beaches, 3 foot in Arizona. Unbelievable. Yeah. So Never Lose Truth has another long video that she made today, and we're going to play her video. I think she should be informed that we play her videos every night. It's kind of great. We enjoy her unusual viewpoints. Yeah, I do. So we'll see what she has to say.
2019. Wow. Well, before I begin this video, I'm wanting to hear from all of you. How are you feeling and what is going on where you live? Thank you to those in Nevada, in California.
So people are writing her back, and that's great. And she's finding out how it is for weather modification in their area. Super duper. I'm glad that she's doing it. That's a good thing. California bill will let drivers legally eat roadkill. All right. Let's take a look. Okay, what do you do if you hit a deer? You're driving down the road at night when out of the nowhere a deer jumps in front of your car. If it doesn't survive, it'd be a shame to let all that meat go to waste. Yeah, honey, that's a lot of meat. They could feed it to the dog and save on dog food. Well, the bill will amend the state law as well as the Fish and Game Code to allow drivers of vehicles that fatally strike an animal to retroactively apply for wildlife salvage permit at no cost within 24 hours of the collision. So this bill will also allow non-drivers who come across roadkill to salvage the dead animal and eat it right there on the spot. So you protein eaters, man, you are ready to go. Yeah, I can only imagine where this is going. People got to eat, so they're going to eat roadkill. Okay, I don't know what to do with that. I mean, whatever. States have the rules. 10th Amendment protects them. What time is it in Portland? Well, it's 9:09. Why do you ask? I like the fact that he's persistent with misinformation. That's great. Benga is so confused. Yeah. Well, it's 9:09 where we are. Hi, David. One night in the after show, can you cast only helicopter videos? That would be difficult. Yeah, we don't have more than 16 minutes of helicopter videos. I got a lot of weird things in our show. We got, Dana Plato singing.
You all set, Kimberly?
Oh, ready as I'll ever be.
Yeah, it's like, wow, Anyway, I was looking at Dana Plato, and she passed away, as you know, and I've got lots of that, Why don't you just ask for simple stuff? Thank you. What about Barbara Bush talking about the baby fetus that they had on the mantle in their home at the Bush family residence?
We're back with the Bushes, who have always been so gracious to me personally and to our staff at the White House, at their home in Kennebunkport, here in Houston as well. We've had a closeness that hard to describe over these years. Spent so much time together. It's great knowing them and talking to them and seeing them. Special to me here tonight. You also disclose, Barbara, George discloses something very personal about you, which he says you gave him special permission to write about. He wrote that when you once had a miscarriage, you showed him the fetus in the jar.
Now, really,
we
the truth
touched on
is,
it before, but you
Paolo
didn't
put
elaborate.
it in the jar.
What?
It's not in the library. No,
I know.
George, Paolo put it in a jar, and I was shocked.
Yeah, this is a baby that came out of her body that had it in a jar in their house. And you're wondering why our country's a little screwed up when these are our greatest leaders that have deigned the office of the presidency. They put it in a jar. It's just amazing.
When she gave it to him but your memory's dim a little bit, but anyway, but he was
You're
very...
shocked that he put it in the book.
No, he asked permission. And
and I think the fact that they did clear it with each other is great, but isn't that odd that they would put a fetus in a jar and they'd look at it? That's our little baby brother. I mean, can you imagine? Reminds me of Sling Blade. I like the way you talk. I'll put my baby brother in the shoebox. I like mustard and them taters. I mean, seriously, what kind of people did we descend from? And look at her, Dana Plato. Yeah. Wow. I read about her death. There's a lot of controversy about it. It didn't make sense. None of it made any sense. Then I found a picture of a woman online who looks just like her. And I thought, is Dana Plato still in operation? Is she like one of those sex slaves that were... You have been removed from the show permanently and never come back. So I was doing some research on my Conspiracy Monday show, and I found this amazing track. One of the most inspirational Lady Gaga performances of our time. I think it was 2015 Super Bowl, in which Lady Gaga was just amazing. Here she was. Listen to the singing voice of this woman. Okay, now I don't know about you, but I see a perfect match in their facial construct, and I'm just wondering, that does not look like Lady Gaga. No. It don't look like Lady Gaga. It looks like Dana Plato to me. Now, call me old-fashioned, but I have a perfect, accurate facial constructive ability to analyze facial features. And I can tell you that his exact match here, right down to the nostrils. Isn't it amazing? And there we have Lady Gaga. Now, if we can get a different facial position of Dana Plato, let's see if we can get her face tilted down a little bit. Hold on, please. Yeah, we're losing zoom. We're losing zoom. We're losing zoom. So, I don't know. Call me old-fashioned, but that didn't look like Lady Gaga. It looked like Dana Plato, okay? I just had to let that out. I'm sorry. Whatever you want to talk about after that, we can talk about whatever. I got at least 45 minutes we can chit-chat about conspiracies or the environment that we're living in, the death and destruction around the world, downers, nothing but downers. Possibilities of cleaning the air, not really happening right now. They're more like dumping chemicals on our head, more realistically. And did you hear Ocasio-Cortez has signed a deal for $10 million with Netflix? And I can't even get 1 second in the mainstream media. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. Clearly, there's got to be a connection between Ocasio and Eva Abadan. We talked about that. Eva Abadan has not been seen publicly in 3 or 4 years now, ever since Ocasio came on the scene, which makes you wonder, was Eva Abadan the sister of Uma Abadan, you know, the lesbian alleged lover of Hillary Clinton? Was Eva Abadan slated to be the next great leader in America? After all, they did work for the Saudi Arabians as Secret Service agents. It does stand to reason that those kind of people would become leaders in America, right? Former Saudi Arabian Secret Service agent Eva Abadan becomes the legislator in the Bronx. The elitists must be laughing their head off right now. Read that while I get the link to Ocasio. The final interview with Howard Stern, I'll take a look at that tonight. Thank you. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know, I must be tuned into Dana Plato for some reason. Final interview. Phone call. Strictly over the phone. Okay. Thanks. The people who got him killed are still in power in America. Until and unless those people are imprisoned, America won't ever be free. Think about them words. Your girlfriend looked just like Dana Plato. Well, I just was thinking about her for some reason. Kind of reminiscent. Memories stretched across my brain like warts. Yeah. I would love to be able to put my entire library on the screen for you. It is amazing how big it is. Quite shocking, in fact. Hey, if you need a kit, we've got one available here. This zombie survival kit will get you through the next millennium. It's capable of giving you... you'll have Simonized skin, so you won't be in any way attacked by zombies. They will smell you as if you were a wax dummy. Yeah, it has the silicone or the Simonization spray, which keeps the zombies from actually smelling your flesh. Your human flesh. Okay. AOC, yeah, we were onto that subject. I got a little sidetracked, admittedly, because I didn't go to the internet. I should always go to the cloud whenever I'm having a problem. Sarah tells me that. She says, David, always go to the cloud for anything. It will be there for you. Yes. Okay. Taking a look at their faces, you look closely and you can analyze the facial features are rather unique. Now, there does appear to be a slight tilting of the nose, an aberration in Eba's face that is corrected very easily when analyzing the opposite of Uma Abedin's face, or excuse me, Acasio's face. So we take that and rotate it the other way, and we drop the resolution, and we tilt the face. I'm trying it from the other angle. And we align the lines there, adjusting for height and space. Bringing in eyes. The facial constructs are identical, leading me to conclude that there is 100% perfect match between Ocasio-Cortez and Eba Abedin. And considering Eba Abedin has in fact stopped tweeting, I know you think that. That's what makeup will do. Yes. Now I can't get the exact trajectory of the face identical, but you get my drift. All right, you don't have to believe that. That's okay. Just because Eba hasn't tweeted in 4 years doesn't mean...
Well, let me tell you. Well, I do declare. You all think that I'm built like a mastodon. Well, that's not true.
Okay, we're done with the Barbara Bush penis in a jar. Great, and no need to laugh at that. Let's kick on into the next dimension. All right, here we go. I didn't want to do it, but I hold off on this all the time. Reading the news can be kind of amazing, though. It's changed 3 times since I started the show. Now, Robert Mueller won't submit the report to the Attorney General next week, according to a DOJ official. Okay, thank you. This is, remember Robert Mueller, the guy who said there would be obstruction charges by September. Here we are in February, late, and we still haven't seen anything. Yeah.
Can I help you, sir?
Go ahead.
Can I help you, sir?
I kind of want something other to eat.
Well, what would you like?
You got any biscuits for sale in there?
You got any biscuits for sale in there? That's great. Great. Everyone wanted Sling Blade 2. I'll play that later. As you know, they'll try to monetize me for that, and I'll have to dispute that. I don't like them taters. Taters and mustard. I like them. Great flick. Yeah, I would have watched Sling Blade 2, 3, and 4. I was expecting him to go on and... No. Sorry. I was expecting him to go on and become something, you know, other than a musical rock star. You know. the actor who played Sling Blade, Billy Bob Thornton, you know, his recent look is hilarious. I mean, God love him. But he went on to try to become a musician when I thought he should have just, you know, focused on the look of Billy Bob Thornton. He's just a great actor, and he plays that so well. So Billy Bob Thornton, if you're watching or you have friends who know Billy Bob, tell him to get back on the Sling Blade and do somebody write a Sling Blade 2, okay? Gosh, that would be such a great hit. Everyone wanted to see more about him. Wait a second. Am I Billy Bob Thornton? Oh, I like the way you talk too. Yeah. Oh, that's pretty funny. He looks like Angelina Jolie now. Yeah. And you know, she's got to be the strangest character in Hollywood now. I don't think anybody even knows what's going on in her mind. Her experiences with the occult and all of the body tattooing and her body being operated on and all that. She's a strange character. I mean, gosh, what's she into? This is a clip I've got from the archives about her.
It's like I would film things like that. I would encourage like everybody, all different types of sexual. But there is that thing where it's like a lot of people misunderstand me with S&M and they think it's super. And I have to like explain to people how, like, where it's more like you're tied down because you need to like be able to like have somebody hold you down and keep you still, or like you fight to have something down, or like. Once you're beaten, like, or something. It's like it comes from that real place of, like, you know, as opposed to being accessories or something like.
Angelina explains the satanic objects used in the ceremony aren't just superficial. They truly summon dark spirits that create a real bond between yourself and Satan.
Okay, I think I've seen enough. Now, you're saying, how conspiratard are you that you would think that this is some sort of a ridiculous conspiracy? Well, what if I told you that she talks about eating a snake next? Yeah. Check this out.
It's like with tattoos with me. It's like I've never always gotten them. There's like that time where it's like, oh, I have tattoos, and after a while, you're like, you can explain them and they can mean something. It's just it comes from that real place. Yeah, I don't know. I only saw that film she brought over that night. People were like dark or like that kind of, you know, but it's a great thing to be able to like see everybody's like just sexuality, but it's so weird when you just, I had like the most amazing compromising pictures of people.
cold revolution. 1, 2, 3, ouch!
Like the twisting of a nipple or something?
Yeah, 3 full times.
I only saw that one she brought over that night though.
And then dripping candle wax on.
My snake, I had to try to kill it, incorporate. Yeah, but especially like, or you know, those ones that have it when you put a
Hello?
the light everywhere.
Wow. Yeah. That was pretty intense, man. Thanks for experiencing that experience of having Angelina talk about weird stuff. You know, I really don't know if she's in the Illuminati, according to OBGYN Kenobi. Yeah, you have no idea. She would never be part of a secret satanic society. That was just like common sex talk. Yeah. I can see you would believe that. What video is this? It was the video from a long, long time ago. Now we have a little clip from the Trailer Park Boys that we'd like to show you. His version of Sling Blade. Let's take a look.
It ain't got no gas in it.
Holy fuck! Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Did you see that? I can't believe that I did that. Like, that to me looked just like the fucking real movies.
Yeah, that was pretty good. All right, moving on. I might have missed the entire clip, but that's okay. I guess we're done. Oh, we have a couple things we want to talk about. A lawsuit is still moving forward with that $500 million Obama library. Yeah, you know, I can save Obama a lot of time. We could just do a video library of him online, you know. Dubbed in ugly waste and taxpayer resources, angry Chicagoans are saying the presidential center is slated for construction in a park besides Lake Michigan may be in jeopardy after Judge John Robert Blakey denied the city's motion to dismiss a lawsuit filed by Protect Our Parks. Isn't that special? You know, Barack Obama, you know, we should have just a little dedicated, you know, thing just to him. Let's forget the library. Let's just give Obama a chance to, you know, reflect upon all those years when we had Obama as our president. And, you know, we had lots of time to talk about it and cogitate, and we didn't stop there. Yeah, I've got a few clips of him. Let's just bring him on in. Ladies and gentlemen, Barack Obama. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Ooh, oh, what? Up. Oh, there. Oh, I remember that. The jock strap. Yeah, and oh yeah, we're going a little too fast. Let's cut it down to. Oh, the Bombasa birth certificate. I remember that one. Oh, and there they were, Michael and Barack at 1978. Okay, yeah, those were terrible years. The Barack years. Yeah, let's just look back in time and space and reminisce. I know, those were the good old days. Back when, oh, and he had that wonderful kiss. I know, I saw that. Are we repeating? I thought we just saw the jockstrap. Well, if this is, no. See, I went through too many of them too fast. That's the problem. Yeah, and then this, who wants to look at that picture again? I know. All right, well, obviously I should slow it down a little bit. Well, if we could just remember back in the days when, well, remember that testimony he had?
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Okay, somebody said, David, do you support the legitimately elected President Maduro of Venezuela? Yes, I think so. We shouldn't get involved. I don't believe our government's on the right track trying to break up that country. Or this. Yeah, remember this? The death of that wonderful woman, Miriam Carey.
Hello, YouTube. How y'all doing?
Okay, this is a picture of the Miriam Carey went to the White House, then she dashed away, and leaving the scene, and the media announced that it was some sort of one person in the car when it was actually two people in the car. And we actually showed you that photograph. She ran in circles, and then she got about a mile away from the White House when 5 Secret Service agents proceeded to shoot her in the back of the head 5 times. Now, there's 2 people in that car, but the media said it was just her and her daughter. But remember when Obama ordered the death of Miriam Carey outside of the White House and nobody said a damn thing? It's totally covered up. It was a total disgrace. Young woman, beautiful young woman, ended up getting blown away right there in front of the White House. And you know, the Supreme Court, the district court there, rather, oversaw the case, and Miriam Carey's sister filed lawsuit against unlawful death of her sister. The district court just threw the case right out, like it was no big deal. And she was shot execution style 5 times in the back of her head, and she was unarmed. Yes, go ahead. Walter, we want to talk to you, Walter. Go ahead, Walter. What's the question? Yeah, well, I figured you. And we got your voice, too. So that means every time you're on the phone ever again, we'll know where you're at. All right. So there you have it. And remember Andrew Breitbart. Boy, what a loss that was. When he revealed the truth about Anthony Weiner and the scandal that broke that put Anthony Weiner in jail. Andrew Breitbart was also revealing truths about John Podesta prior to the WikiLeaks. Many people have revealed that story. Andrew Breitbart pretty much bit the dust. The witnesses said that he had some sort of an attack, but he had a red band around his forehead, which implied that he was poisoned. So somebody got rid of Andrew Breitbart. All these people that died under the Obama administration, and nobody even brought stuff, these issues up. It's kind of amazing. Zena, we've been censored pretty heavily at Vaughn. Yeah, we constantly worrying about, the number of people in our show is not going to help you, buddy. Yeah, the numbers at Vaughn have no indication as to how many people are watching our show. I have millions of people watching this show every night. I'm just sorry you don't understand that. Okay, and the stock market went above 26,000 this week. Had an upturn, a very positive day on Friday, and we're looking at possibilities that these charts could spell trouble for bank stocks coming up. Yeah. Loan losses are near historical lows, but how much longer can the good days continue? Yeah. They have a very low rate, very low. Look at how little they have to pay. The big banks only pay like 1% interest. Loan loss reserves as a percentage of total loans outstanding. So our loan loss reserves are dropping because people aren't paying their loans back. Yeah, personal credit card debt is an all-time high, right around $6,700 per person. That's a big problem. And The other thing is obviously student debt, student loans are still sitting way out there at $1.3 trillion. Consumer debt is about 1.1 trillion, and the outstanding loans for student loans is about 1.3 trillion. It's a lot of money. Prosecutor discussed shackled children. California parents of 13 pled guilty to torture and abuse. Wow, okay. That was to be expected, I guess.
David and Louise Turpin back in a Riverside County courtroom for a trial readiness hearing. But what was expected to be a relatively mundane proceeding took a surprising turn. The attorney for Louise Turpin requested his client be referred to an out-of-custody treatment program for a mental health disorder, stating Turpin had recently been diagnosed with histrionic personality disorder. Dr. Aaron Parks with the UC Riverside Department of Psychology says the disorder is rare and difficult to treat. He has not evaluated Turpin and is not associated with the criminal case.
It's marked by two big things. It's excessive emotionality and the need for attention. They're uncomfortable without attention. They have a very shallow emotionality.
The Turpins are accused of torturing 12 of their 13 children. The prosecution argued against the request, saying the defense didn't establish if the disorder led to the criminal behavior. They also cited a threat to public safety. The judge denied the request, also citing the threat to the community. Turpin's attorney says had the request been granted, it could have delayed the trial by up to 2 years while Turpin underwent treatment. And ultimately, the charges against her could have been dismissed. Now the couple will be back in court next month for another trial readiness hearing.
Have you ever been mellow? Have you ever been histrionic? Have you ever been histrionic? Yeah, that's really sick what happened to her. And she and her husband, I really believe that these people were just not meant to be, you know? I'd like to say thank goodness we have child services, but isn't it a little late? I mean, they were practically all raised after they've been completely abused all those years. Wouldn't it be better if we had programs like orphanages for young people, you know? Modern orphanages where people can go play. Let's imagine what a modern orphanage today would be like. Individual cubicles, your own LCD TV with a gaming station, group areas that are all videotaped, total privacy. Yeah, what would your ideal orphanage be like, you know, if you were to design one? A happy place for people. A green valley. A beautiful place out in the middle of nowhere. Just nature and wonderfulness. All everywhere. Special. Yeah, these women and men who have children who obviously shouldn't be parents are, you know, unfortunately, there's no place to give them safe haven to children. So we reported this past week that there was a huge number of Native Americans, young women, being abused and killed. Much higher proportion of these abuses are occurring within the Native American community. And I thought, wouldn't it be great if we could just have a place to offer them safe haven, you know? Something that would give them a chance to get a little start in life, like $505 per month. That's enough to start and a place to live. This wouldn't be that hard to save the poor people of these areas, you know. It'd be great if we could do that. But, you know, I'm not going to worry about it. Whew. Right now, obviously, I can't do a thing about it. But you haul the bathroom. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so what we want to do is end the Fed. Let me move this over and end the Federal Reserve. We talked about Karen Hudas last week, and we did a lot of discussion about how the World Bank is holding onto our debt note. And we want to obviously bring our troops home, and that would help guard the border. And yeah, and obviously we'd love to be able to help the children that are now displaced. 2,400 kids are without their parents in and around Arizona, Nevada. Donald Trump has not done a thing to reunite these children and hasn't put a task force together to get these children to their parents. So there's an atrocious human rights violation being committed by Donald Trump. The Republicans are forgetting that we are suffering from carbon pollution. The Democrats are fixating on it and want to charge you taxes like carbon tax, which is ridiculous. We want to simply innovate with all kinds of brand new technologies which will help people get a little bit of energy back, so to speak, and get jobs built too. And of course, what we stand for in America really should be about getting people work and a viable income. So why not give people a chance to grow pot or whatever they want? And we can use that to create alternative products like Hempoline, which can go in our diesel trucks, save our big rig diesels some money if they want. I like sweet gherkins are my favorite pickle, but no yellow dye whatsoever. Always look for yellow dye, it's dangerous. And a lot of pickles have yellow dye in them, so I purposely go look at the label and say no yellow dye for me. But gherkins, sweet gherkins are my favorite. Yellow dye is linked to cancer. Yeah. I hope a lot of you are beginning to realize you need to look at the labels when you eat things. And you got brand new Empire Files, really? Okay. The Empire Files is coming back without Juicy involvement. He's not involved with this product. This is Abby Martin, unrelated to the Empire File. Yeah. Okay, good. Abby Martin's going to talk about stuff. You know, a lot of you are attracted to her. I don't blame you. She's a very beautiful woman. But, you know, she has her own life. I'm sure her life is not going to be involved with you, and you won't be meeting her privately. But you can watch her video. And she's a very intelligent woman. She certainly has a lot to say. Well, thank you. I am 10 years younger. I pulled my age back. I reeled it back 10 years today. Yeah. I've been able to reverse aging. I can tell you how to do it. It's difficult to describe in a few words, though. If you'd like to attend my class called ART, Age Reduction Therapy, I'll be glad to share you my secrets. One of my secrets is playing great music in the evening after 10 o'clock, in which I play all kinds of good stuff. And one of the things I enjoy about the show is the fact that we can play music after hours. We're not recording it. And we're showing you the diversity that's out there of amazing stuff that kind of goes unnoticed in the mainstream media. But these are kind of the main things that, you know, we stand by. We also have taken on a lot of issues regarding building a job for everybody. So we came up with this amazing idea, the Solar Rooftop Revolution and the Homestead Renewal Plan. And this involves putting rooftop solar systems for free on people's roofs and building jobs at the same time and using funds in the EPA to do this. The Homestead Renewal Plan is a way of getting $15 an hour, painting walls, fixing up houses that are in distress, making them look new like this one. And you'll be able to get any kind of a house you want for under $50,000 that'll be completely fixed up with a solar rooftop. That's the goal, is to make homes affordable and realistic and help build pride in ownership. That's a huge factor. So what I'd like to do tonight is, you know, I can do whatever I want. It's Freedom Friday. I like to go on Craigslist and show you guys how to survive. Now, if you haven't actually been on Craigslist to look for like a trailer or something, always realize that no matter what your situation in your families, you could probably pull up enough money to get something like a trailer in the event of a disaster, financial trouble, foreclosure, etc. Yes, I don't have any non-stick pans. I refuse. So say you're out in the middle of Albuquerque. One of our viewers spends his time out here in the middle of Albuquerque area. He actually lives sometimes in his car. I'm not going to give you the name of him, but I would love to be able to find him a trailer that he could, you know, or a motorhome he could buy or something. So let's take a look. Yeah. Well, he doesn't have a lot of money, and like you said, he's living in his car check to check, so he's going to have no more than, say, $2,000 max. And we'll put that priced up there, Larry. This 1980 Allegra motorhome is $1,000 out the door. That's pretty nice. Let's see if it runs. Very clean inside, title, $1,000. Now this would be a big step up for him. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give him this link when he comes in the room later. This is damn decent for an Allegro. Look at that, it's pretty decently padded. Look at that. Well, a little bit of spick and span will clean that up. That is not bad for $1,000. Look at that, and it runs. Wow. Huh. That is pretty cool. Clean inside out, title, $1,000. Wow. There you have it. So we found something for him. That didn't take long. We just look at that. Just look at it. Yeah. You want to see helicopter videos? I've got one helicopter video from my collection. Yeah, I believe it's in my defense sector. Yes, there we are. Environment, defense. CBS News. Kraft Heinz shares plunge today. Yes, I saw that. So when I see him next, I'm going to tell him about that motorhome. That's $1,000. He could live in that. Right now he's like traveling up and down the coast with his car, and he could still keep his other car, but pull this one off. Here's a helicopter drop package for you. This will turn you on. Try not to get too excited.
On a Wednesday morning in late winter, technicians at NASA's Langley Research Center hovered around a small helicopter sitting under a 240-foot tall structure known as the Landing and Impact Research Facility. Inside the lightweight MD-500 chopper were 4 crash test dummies, 3 of them standard head-to-toe models, 1 a special torso equipped with simulated internal organs. Also on board, instruments that can record 160 channels of data that researchers will turn into information that may make helicopters safer.
We have accelerometers that measure the acceleration. We have video cameras that will measure the actual conditions at impact, the velocities, the attitude at impact. We also have load cells on the crash test dummies.
To do their research, engineers used cables to suspend the helicopter 35 feet in the air. Then they dropped it to simulate what they say is a relatively severe but survivable crash.
3, 2, 1, release.
The helicopter skidded to a stop after falling at a rate at about 33 miles an hour. Its body and occupants looking a lot worse for wear after an impact as high as 40 Gs.
We see that the skid gear swayed out and deformed. Both seats, the passenger seats and the crew seats, failed. We see some buckling. Of course, we won't be able to fully assess the damage until we take the helicopter back into the shop.
What researchers at the Hampton, Virginia facility already knew was that this helicopter was a lot more damaged than it was after a similar crash test last year. That's when engineers were testing a special honeycomb cushion called the Deployable Energy Absorber. It was attached to the underside of the MD-500. If developed further, researchers say similar technology might someday help prevent injuries.
Release.
Whoa. There you go. We deliver. You want a helicopter, we give you helicopter. We deliver. Yeah, we upped it to $505 because Kamala Harris is now claiming that she wants to offer $500 a month. She's the closest to an actual candidate running in the two-party system that's offering that. So we're going to up it to $505 now. If anybody can match that, we'll up it to higher. Yeah. Since it's not my money I'm giving away, I feel more than comfortable doing this because, frankly, we need it. America needs to share in some of the revenue. It's all going to the military-industrial complex instead of people like you and me. Not that I need it because, frankly, I don't really care about money that much. But if I'm working hard for it, I want to get money for it. I wouldn't want to just work for free. Now, but I'm not into money like Ocasio is with a $10 million contract she just signed with Netflix. Yeah, a real socialist. Yeah, she's really into, you can tell she's not wanting to pad her pocket or anything. Yeah, nothing like that. Okay, Kraft Heinz has plunged after a $15 billion write-down investigation. Yeah, their shares plunged 25% Friday after a food giant disclosed an investigation by federal regulators. It also said it will slash the value of its Kraft and Oscar Mayer brands by $15 billion. Wow. Does that mean we're going to be eating less than beef byproducts? The company disclosed the investigation and the write-downs in its fourth quarter earnings report, which is issued late Thursday. Kraft Heinz also said it lost $12.6 billion in the quarter. Friday's stock price plunged to less than $36 a share moments after the market opened and represents a $3.2 billion hit alone for the company's largest investor, Warren Buffett Berkshire. So Warren Buffett Berkshire Hathaway just lost $3.2 billion, which owns more than 26% of the outstanding shares in Kraft Heinz. Wow. Well, I guess with their stock value going down and their food value going up, you might want to buy some of those ketchups at maybe get some ketchup packets at Jack in the Box when you're eating your hamburger and save them for posterity. I have a collector's item. Yeah. Yeah, you people it's pointless to have a talk about sex between homosexuals and heterosexuals, really. Isn't there like a gay channel you can go to talk about sex? Because we're not really into sex here, especially not gay sex. All right, just saying, just suggesting. What about a new house? Let's do that. I like to do that in the end of our show. Let's look for a new house. Where do you want to live? Anybody? We don't want to spend more than $30,000 for a new house. So, yeah, it does explain a lot. We're not really into sex here. I know. If you're coming to our show for sex, you're not really coming in our show. All right. Arkansas. I haven't done Arkansas in a while, no sense, right? Yeah. Let's see if there's anything available for one bed in Arkansas. Arkansas, oh, Arkansas. Yeah, lit up like a little Christmas tree there. Look at that. Wow, look at this $15,000. 4-bedroom, 3 baths in Arkansas. Man, I'm blown away. Boy, you got something there. This is amazing. Isn't it amazing? Let's take a look at this beautiful property. Yeah, we're just blowing it up there. Yeah, it's right out there in the middle of nowhere. Nice roads, electric line. Pretty out there in Arkansas. Yeah, man, that is for 15 grand. Look at the stonework. That is phenomenal. Oh my gosh, you know, a fireplace like that would cost you about 10 grand out here. Yeah, that comes with it. Oh, this is unbelievable. Wow, talk about value. Oh, it even has a handicap bathroom here. Do you see that? Look at that. Oh, this is unbelievable. This can't be real. Custom one-story ranch home for only $15,000. Home must be moved. Oh, it doesn't include the land. Oh, you got to move the whole house. You knew that was too good to be true. Okay, Mountain Home, Arkansas. That's a nice name for a town. This is looks like a kind of a basic, out in the middle of nowhere kind of house. That's, you know, you got fifth wheels, or you got modular homes. There's a single wide right there. Now you're looking at that there, right there, and then you got this here, right there. Now $13,500 gets you some basic rooms. You can paint it up. Yep. You got yourself 3 bedrooms and 1 bath for $13,500. Yeehaw! Let's take a look how close it is to the major highways. You're out in your mountain home there. Sure enough, way out in Arkansas. Yeah. Ozark National Forest is down there to the south. Yeah, well, you get lots of good deals there, and you're about 250 clicks from Nashville, the center of country music in Tennessee. Hey, this is not bad, actually. I'm kind of impressed. Let's look elsewhere. $5,500 for sale by owner. Okay, that's got to be a typo. Now, can you imagine yourself in that little tiny house there, Misanthropy? Look at that. That's even got the tripod next to the, you see the Google tripod there. That is not bad for $5,500. Look at that. Would you just look at that? I mean, really look at it. Okay, let's take a look. Oh, that is a cute little house. No, this house is cheaper than a tiny house. Look at it. It's decent. It does kind of look like the, Jim Jones and the Guyana Massacre, but aside from that, yeah, you got good deals in Arkansas. You want the link to that, or you're not planning on moving there? Okay, if anyone needs a link, I was a vegetarian for a long time. Yeah. That's when I became aware of the dangers of eating beef being it's higher in the food chain, but I couldn't retain my vegetarian status because I was weakening. My muscles in my body were actually weakening to the point where I could actually take my teeth and move them like that. It was the weirdest thing. I was like, you got to be kidding me. The amino acids that meat has cannot be replicated by the plant world. And as much as I would like to say I could be a vegetarian or a vegan, it really hurts me because I was raised in a paleo diet. And anyone raised in a paleo diet is going to have a hard time adapting to a purely vegetarian diet. My knees were weakening. I was getting lateral ligament problems when I was walking. It was bizarre. Yeah, refrain from serving Kool-Aid to the neighborhood when you get a cheap house. So true. Good words of wisdom. But that $5,500 to live in the Arkansas, I mean, if you run into a problem in your life where your whole mind is just confused with all kinds of crap and you're going, I got to get out of here, move to Arkansas, buy a $5,500 house. I mean, how can you lose when you think about it? Seems like a good thing to do. You never know. I think weirder things have happened in this world, that's for sure. Okay, we're getting ready for our outro here. Here we go. This has been a great show, everyone. Friday night is always a nonstop talk about brutality. We'll be bringing you some video in a bit about police brutality. I haven't talked about it tonight because it hasn't really happened, in our face with a major issue, but it happens a lot in America, and there's no reason why we should ignore the fact that 1,200 people a year are dying from police brutality and cops killing people, unfortunately. All right, so this is out, signing out. See you guys tomorrow for our Sustainable Saturday show. I'll be back at 5 p.m. for the beginning of our show. Sustainable Saturday on its way. Yes, we changed the anti-war rally to Sustainable Saturday because there's no more wars. We pretty much stopped them. No, I don't think we should sell Montana at all. No, I want to keep the contiguous United States 100%. We can talk about selling Hawaii if you want. Yeah, I stay up till 4 or 2 in the morning, so I'll be in here chatting till 2 in the morning with everybody. All right, let's make it happen. Mr. Right, take care, everyone.
You're Mr. Right. to beat. Cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. Just turn my world around. Cause you're the peace I find. You sweep me off my feet. My heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt away. Cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true.